I don't quite dig into lore as much as Krugs. I feel like as much as I enjoy making those videos, I feel like people just get more out of the stuff Krugs does, and unless I adopt that format, I don't think they really have much reason to exist. But I don't know. I kind of found my calling, I guess, with the news videos and the more critiquey and interviewee stuff versus the lore stuff. As fun as the lore videos are to do, I don't know. Anyway, it's 10:30. Longdeath of the Absolute Realm. Year 222. New constructions begin here at this place. Longdeath. The dwarves that are alive currently are Apostle, Axon the Second, Candle Pixie, the Scoid, Belag the Second, Taurus, Vimamel, Vuzel Vuzel, Vinsati the Second, Ghost, Goffer, Willem Katsu, Defcom, Simplex, Kade, Tiny Goliath, Rhine, Sparkly 4K, Black Hole, Trees, Blue Water, Cannon Fodder, Woe Is Me, Sock Smell, Lizards, Patchwork, Abe, Stone, Cornelius Suede, Clay, Peter, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Formal, the Dwarven Child who was born yesterday, and of course Crow the Third. The news was the draw, but there is something special about the fortresses that does not exist with Krugs. When you say the fortresses, are you talking about like the fortresses that I build, or are you talking about the Today Indoor Fortress videos? Yeah, we did have one baby yesterday. Formal was a baby of Apostle and Sparkly, meaning it's he's your younger brother. So yeah, he's your younger brother. Coldfire 2's been dead for a little bit now, yeah. Coldfire 2 died pretty quickly. We also lost Chimp yesterday, who was killed in a accidental floor drop because I deconstructed this building here, as you can kind of see. And I thought I had it all deconstructed, but I missed a few floor tiles and one fell on his head and crushed his head. So, how's Stone doing? Stone's calmed down. Maybe you've grown up a little bit, but you don't seem to mind the getting of more siblings. I think you've, I guess, maybe accepted that issue with your life. Once again, you use it at the worst possible time when people are asking questions and interacting with the stream. Fortunately, all I have to say is, despite porn crumpets being kosher, heat makes fire. There you go. But, are we making fucking gremlin? What is that a thing that we're doing? What? Also, Rinshaki, thanks for the 6th month. Welcome back. 43 years old is Stone. They grow up so fast. I need to kill some puppies. Hold on. Wolf puppies and dingo pups. I'm slowly letting them expand their population, but I gotta be slowish. The thingy was silent, was it? Oh, also, I actually, all of the thingy is silent. So a lot of my audio drivers broke this morning. Is that right? Nope. It's silent because my desktop audio is muted. Is that right? Nope. Which of my 17 audio devices is this? There we go. Fixed it. Hold on. Let's rerun that. There we go. Now it made sounds. This is what I get for not really paying much attention to my right monitor. Yes, it was silent because I did a bunch of changes to my setup yesterday. So a lot of devices got unplugged and replugged, and I guess OBS forgot. That was on me. And I also installed 2 new hard drives, so I now have 3 more terabytes of space. Which is good. But, you know, without Z hard drives, it's a little tricky to store a lot of footage. $34.67. Wow. That's quite the number that you've come up with there. But thanks for pointing me out that the thingy was silent. Otherwise, I don't think I would have noticed that my birds are silent either. But yeah, no. So the puppies are all being slaughtered. So today, what we're gonna start working on is we're gonna start working on glass. We're gonna start working on glass. That's what we're gonna do, because this is going to get started, which is going to go all the way down to here and do that. So this is something that we are getting started, which of course we're going to start off with only markers because I don't want to actually start this yet. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be building a big glass tube that goes up to here. A big glass tube. I'm also going to need to deconstruct some things on the way down, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure that it'll be fine. Back in 2 to 3 hours. Move time? Are you moving house and home? What do you mean move? But be safe with whatever you got to do. Oh, movie. Okay, moving and movie are very different things. Enjoy the movie, whatever you're watching. Okay. Well, that's the thing that we're working on. So let's just set this over to standard. Get these floor tiles removed. And get that trap door removed and that lever removed. And that top trap door up there removed. And that statue removed. And then we can come in here and start actually working on this. But what we're going to start doing is we're going to start building a big old glass spire, which I want to go all the way up to the top and all the way down. It's going to be filled with not glass windows, but glass blocks. So we're going to start making green glass blocks. It's going to take forever, but it'll be fun. Fortunately, though, we do have these windows, which it'll connect to. So it will have some windows. I don't know how I'm actually going to build it, but right now I'm just digging that starting hole. But yeah, so that's a thing that we are working on. Also, it looks like this broke this stockpile. Huh. Interesting. Don't actually want ballista arrows here. Ballista arrowheads or siege ammo. But finished goods can also go there. That's fine, though, that it broke it. But, yeah, so we're going to need to go through the maze, which is going to be a problem. But we'll figure it out. We'll get there. Right now, let's just toggle standard and marking, capital M, and get across here. If anybody would like me to check in on their Dwarf, of course, as always, just give me a shout. And I will check in on your Dwarf. Also, I'm realizing that this is a huge safety hazard. So let's start this from the middle. So I don't really want to kill more dwarves. One piece at a time and very carefully. What's this glass tube for? I don't know. What sort of things could you imagine using a glass tube for? We need fun projects. Longdeath is, 222 years in. So that's what, 218 years old? We need fun projects. So we need something to do. It is a glorious day of outside, so you're going to spend some time in the park. You have a good time in the park. Behave yourself. Or don't. That is your call. Take care of the surroundings. Clean up what mess you make. And remember to, I don't know. I was going to say throw flowers at strangers, but I don't know what that means. So maybe don't do that. Have fun at the park, though. That's like my go-to thing on my days off now is just like go to the park and just wander around. Friend of mine's taking a week off at the end of May to play Ark. And I haven't hung out with him or seen him or spoken with him in person since October last year. To go with the conversation, today is a giant dwarven bong. I mean, I could build it out of rock. Would that be better? Like, come on. Not everything I do is because, oh, yay, I smoke weed for my mental health. It's not the basis of all of my life, I swear. But yeah, no, so him and me have been just like talking about, okay, well, what can we do to hang out during that week? It's like, well, we still can't really hang out, but like, what can we do? So we've been trying to figure out things. And it's like, well, we could like go to public parks and wander around. How's your dwarf doing, Swade? Well, your dwarf's a spearmaster in the B squad. You're mostly in that squad because you're one of those dwarves that gets really whiny if they don't practice martial arts. You are 34 years old. You're the son of two parents that are both dead, Cadenza and Socksmell. And you only have passing acquaintances, no friends. You do have one sibling who's Patchwork, who's also still alive and also in the same squad and also a spearmaster. But aside from that, generally your dwarf is pretty chill. Your dwarf is one of those dwarves that I would describe as kind of a low-key dwarf. So like you don't really have any problems. Like you got a little bit whiny about not being able to do anything. You got a little bit whiny when you weren't in the military for a while. But outside of that, like your dwarf's been pretty solid. Like just no complaints on that one. A tower of gems. That would be painful to look at if you did it correctly. Because you could do like, because each gem window is, can be up to 3 colors and they alternate. Aquarium. I don't really want to fill it up with water. What I actually want to do is I want to fill it up with lava. Because like, that was something that Archcrystal did, right? They made he made a massive tube and filled it up with lava and used it as a giant lighting thing. I kind of want to fill it up with lava. I kind of want to do that. But it's obviously gonna take a while. Obviously, it's going to take a while. Giant lava lamp. Yeah. And then right next to it, we can have a giant bong. Yeah, I don't like making things that are hard on the eyes because my eyes have a hard enough time as is. But the idea is it comes all the way up to here. All right? So I think we're going to probably build up before we go down. we're probably going to build up before we go down. A dwarf wonder. Yeah, Age of Empires is on the phone and would like to ask you about your use of the word wonder. Made with real lava. Yeah, basically. Is it possible to have a Forgotten Beast that controls other beats? So it just like runs around beatboxing? I'm assuming you meant beast there, right? No, not really. No. Forgotten Beasts are pretty singular in their goal, and it's kill you. You don't train them. You can't breed them. They don't control things. They just kind of run at you and attack you, and that's about it. It's about the only thing you can really do with them outside of like trap them in a space and then like not make them, but like if you can trap them in a space, then in theory you could like make them do your bidding first by dropping things in there and making them kill them. Like I do actually have a trapped Forgotten Beast in this fort. I haven't done anything with it in a while, but for a while there I was making it shoot webs at various livestock to harvest its silk, but kind of got tired of it, and its silk wasn't that valuable, so yeah, at a point I just kind of stopped. Came up before Age of Empires? Yeah, but like, I don't know. I played Age of Empires 1 on Monday, okay? So like, that's kind of where my head is right now. Beware of the killer rhymes he spits. Yeah, there you go. It is terrifying, but it also was inevitable. Hello, the legends are boss. How are you? All right, let's check in on the... Oh, it's wintertime. Never mind. Game is saving. I was about to hit a button, but I can't now because the game is saving. All right, so you want 2 ballista arrows and you want 2 metal grates. I need something. I said 2, but that's fine. Is that 2 or 3? I think I need to do something with all of these grates. Emeralds? I don't know where you're thinking I'm getting emeralds from, especially at surplus. No, we're mostly limited to sards, which are a red gem. What is happening? Absolutely nothing. This is Longdeath. Or what am I building? I am building the beginnings of what will be a glass tower. But my king and my mayor made a demand, so I had to check what they were. What is this game? This is Dwarf Fortress. The title is the top of the game there, and underneath the stream, or if you're on a phone and you tap it, it'll say in the description. It'd be really cool to have some sort of coliseum where unwanted visitors meet a Forgotten Beast and they're fun. I think that you maybe are new to this fortress, Batkirk. This is Longdeath. This fortress, the entire goal is longevity. Things like Colosseums, while cool in theory, are actually incredibly poor for dwarves' mental health. And because I'm trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years, which is the whole point and goal of it, destroying dwarves' mental health by forcing them to view violence is generally not a good thing to do. What is it about? What Stone said. It's a colony survival sim. Well, it's a world simulation. Colony survival simulator is a portion of it. It is the original inspiration for Minecraft. It is the original inspiration for RimWorld. Without it, we wouldn't have games like Fortnite. It's one of the most important indie games ever made. It is the first successfully crowd-funded game. It is one of the first games ever to be put into the Museum of Modern Art in New York. It is free to play, not like microtransaction-y bullshit modern free to play. It's actually free. The developer is supported through Patreon. It's developed by two brothers. The game the game's end goal is to simulate a universe, or all of reality, I think, is their goal. What it actually does is it generates a world for you. So most games, it'll just give you, most games when like you make a world, right? It'll just like generate a map, put a bunch of things on it, and then that's just what you play with, right? This game generates 250 years by default worth of history, which you could spend hours reading through. So it generates wars, it generates factions, it generates civilizations, it generates certain types of races, it generates books, poetry, forms of dance, forms of poetry, musical instruments, it generates culture, it generates whole like family trees, it generates crimes, villains, kings, queens, heroes, and dreams of little critters. You as the player can interact with the world in one of three ways. The most popular way is Fortress mode, which is what we're currently playing, where you control a fortress of dwarves at the size and scale of your desire. So you can build a very big fortress with a whole lot of dwarves and fight a lot of goblins, or elves or humans or whatever. Or you could be a big fortress of peace with the goal of trying to keep everybody out of war. You can go fight the dark creatures that lurk down below, or you can just build a happy little farm on the surface and talk to elven visitors or whatever. The second way that you can play the game is you can play adventure mode, where you take control of one character, which can be any race available to you within the world within reason. Sometimes they break. That's a single player open world RPG. Of course, it's still in the top down with Z levels ASCII style, so it's still, very simplistic visually. But that part of the game is completely wide, and you can do all sorts of crazy things, from go be a psychotic murder hobo, or go write poetry, or go infiltrate demon towers and steal books filled with dark secrets, go on quests, go kill a fucking giant, do what you want. Or Legends mode, which is one of my favorite ways to play the game, which is just, here is a readout of all of the history from world that you generated. So if you generate a 1,050 years old world with a long history, you'd be looking at hundreds of thousands of individuals that existed in that world that are alive or dead, that you can read through all of their stories of. It's been publicly available for 16 years, but it's been in development since 2003. Yeah, and it's free. That's Dwarf Fortress, and that's the short version, I think. Yeah. It's not the most visually attractive game. It's fascinating if you learn it. It's the short version. Yeah, well, I didn't even get into the bit where it simulates blood, and I didn't even get into the bit about the HP system. Like, most video games have an HP system, right? Like, you punch the dude in the head, and his health bar goes down every time you punch him in the head, right? But in Dwarf Fortress, it has blood, muscles, tendons, bones, skin, fat, teeth, eyelids, internal organs. Am I missing anything? Probably. Anyway, if it's a blood loss system. So based on blood loss, that's when they start to die. So based on the mass of the creature versus the amount of blood they have, they will die if they lose too much blood or if their internal organs fail from blunt trauma. Yeah, and there's a Steam version which is getting a more user-friendly UX. Or suffocate, yes, or run out of oxygen. So, like, one of my dwarves is, let's just say, Apostle. She feels love remembering talking with a child. Within the last season, she felt satisfied at work and was giddy remembering performing, enraptured communicating with the fuchsia, and was worried after being unable to pray to the fuchsia for so long. Was restless after being unable to practice martial art and for too long, and didn't feel anything after a lack of decent meals. Felt pleasure near a wonderful instrument, and is married to Sparkly 4K, has 10 children. She's 157 years old, born on the 17th of Opal in the year 65. Her sandy taupe skin is extremely wrinkled. Her ears are somewhat short. Her hair is white. Her skin is neatly combed. Her long hair is neatly combed, and her eyes are cobalt. She likes bronze, brown jasper, black tip, reef shark tooth. Black tip, reef shark tooth. That's a very specific thing. The color cream gauntlets and tables and guinea fowls for their social nature. And the giant deer for their grace and the sight of the stainy flower. Man, she's had many changes in her life. She personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools. She would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. And she is disgusted by the idea of fairness and will freely cheat anybody at any time. She believes it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, and she sees family as one of the most important things in life. Believes that little is better in life than a good party, and has the highest regard for loyalty. Doesn't care about nature one way or another, and dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. Every dwarf has their own mind and their own set of beliefs and ideals. How does it make everyone different all the time? It's procedurally generated from, what's the wording I'm looking for? It's procedurally generated from a set baseline of defaults, right? So it's procedurally generated, and there are hundreds of possible attributes that each dwarf could have, and different events in their life can cause those different attributes to appear, and it makes them act differently. I have no direct control over these little guys, but they all have very unique little personalities and goals and outcomes. But yeah, no, this is a fascinating little game. So question, Legends Arbas, if you don't know what this game is, right? See, it's pretty normal for people who tune into this stream to just be like, what in the fuck is this? But like, how did you end up watching my stream if you don't know what Dwarf Fortress is? Because that's a curious question, and I'm very curious to know the answer. How did you end up watching my stream? Were you like watching somebody else and then you got auto-hosted in here against your will? Like, but yeah, no, this game's totally free. It's just it's a little bit difficult to get into initially, but there's a very active community and a great wiki to help people get in if they want to learn it. But as far as free games go, it's always a bit of a mystery why there's so many people out there playing so many free-to-play games, yet people look at this and just ignore it. Forget about the material system and how it works in regards to combat mechanics. I mean, do I forget? Or do I just simply not mention it when describing the game for the first time to a new person? That's up to you to decide. Okay, got you. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Jess is great. It's a massive above-ground construction. Yeah, well, I mean, since I haven't actually... My mouse wheel isn't working! There we go. It just takes a little bit. The actual fortress itself starts here. This is ground level. It goes all the way down into this pit, and then comes all the way out of the pit, and then up that left tower and up to this. And then it goes up to here. And then there's an upper tower that goes up to here where my bees live, to keep them away from things. But yes, it's a rather large construction. A rather sizable construction. A construction that would make most dwarves proud, I would say. Also, to those of you who like the records at the start of the stream, jazz drums are on their way. The Ape Out soundtrack has been shipped. Hey, Ultimate. It's good to see you. This is a real lot from episode 3. Well, I mean, if you were watching in episode 3, right, over on the YouTube or VOD number 3, this is the original fort. You might recognize this. Right here. This is where the original fort was. I mean, obviously, you know, it's grown a little bit, but, like, that hill, that little muddy hill, was the original fortress, which, you know, has grown a little bit. Did the dwarves make any more kids? We got one baby running around. Well, not baby, child. Formal Blizzard, who's behind my screen right now. This guy. This little guy. He's 2 years old, born on the 11th of Opal in the year 220. So hopefully we get some more. You kind of like the art style? This game, another thing that this game has in common with a lot of other popular games, Legends, is this game has a lot of tile sets. So this actually isn't what the game looks like. If I do this and this is what the game looks like. Well, that's a black screen. This is what the game looks like by default. So I'm using a tile set, which changes the visuals slightly so that they're a little bit more comprehensible just at a glance, whereas I could totally play the game like this if I wanted to, but I play it using this tile set just because it's easier for people to keep track of. Exclamation point tile set if you want it. It's a heavily modified version of Krug Smash's tile set, and I used Krug's tile set because a lot of people watch Krug's videos and then stumble into YouTube and end up here. So. But yeah, if you would if you'd like that tile set, just exclamation point tile set in the chat. And Cooler made the modifications for it because Cooler does all of my art stuff. So if you see art on the YouTube channel or on this stream, Cooler probably drew it. Which is part of what the Patreon fund goes towards, is paying Cooler for artwork. You'd love to see it in Stone Sense, but it would probably crash and die. You can download the save file from year 200, Hikijiki. In the playlist that this save has on YouTube, year 200 has a Google Drive link, which I could actually just give you if you'd like, where you could mess around in this save file. I release a public version of this save every 100 years in game. So I released one at year 100, and I've released one at year 200. Gremlin for mayor, you'd vote that? Oh yeah, I mean, so would I. Absolutely, a mayor that lives forever and has no demands. Greatest mayor. I'm looking at the game real quick out of curiosity. Right. Annoying. How's the museum? What, in the basement? Well, about that. Yeah, we've got a couple statues and a couple coffins. Just, I've kind of been working all the way up here. What, on my Discord? Ultimate? And then these are the important figures to the fortress. So kings, mayors, all that stuff. Starting at the beginning. Oops. If I hit T, it'll actually, like, tell me who's on it. Tapioke, Mistum, Boxed, Jacknerick, Stone, Hops, Squug, Packers, Tapioke the second, Vinsati, Questsig, Screw, Morden, Screw, like all these people. Yeah, it just kind of goes. A lot of dwarves I don't even think about. Yeah, it was just droopy kale because that's how I felt. That's how I felt this morning. I mentally identify with that droopy kale because my kale decided to like wilt a little bit last night because it was really windy yesterday. So let's just queue up 500 green glass blocks. Let's just do that. 500 green glass blocks. And I'm going to make a bar block stockpile. Just going to go right there, and I'm going to go onto it, and I'm going to say, literally just want glass, so... Green glass blocks is the only thing that's going to go there. So what year are we at? It's year 222. We started on year 5. To give you an idea, most fortresses don't live past 10 to 15 years at the long end. And we've been in this one for 218. Almost 219. We are trying to stare down and surpass the a fortress called Archcrystal. Which is the longest running fortress who was put together by a friend of mine and friend of the channel, Sethados, who made Archcrystal, who defeated Hell, built a museum in Hell, and then built a spire of glass from Hell to the surface. And you know, we're gonna do similar-ish things. Maybe not defeat Hell, but it's been a long fortress, and we've got a long way ahead. At least another year, I would say, probably, to actually finish this. A year real time to finish this fortress. But I do other things around it. It's not just this. I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. Live spoilers. Oh yeah, also, I'm very open about just discussing spoilers for Dwarf Fortress, so if you're one of those people who's like, oh god, spoilers! Just, you've been warned. How long have I spent doing this real time? Chat, how long have I spent doing this real time? Somebody go add up the VODs. It's, today's day 97. Day 97 for today. And I do about 4 to 7 hours per day. So, if you want to estimate, you can. I haven't counted in a while. And of course, you know, I do other things. I've been streaming this for 8 months, this particular fortress. Babies have been made and born in the time I've been streaming this fortress. 500, 600 hours, give or take. The amazing thing is the fact that chat isn't bored shitless of it yet. You're hungry, you should go get something to eat, Asterion. Should go get some foodstuffs. Something like that, Legends, yeah. Something like that. But I've started joking and referring to this fortress as kind of like a dwarf fortress soap opera, because we don't do a lot of the things that you normally do in DF. A lot of the things that you normally do in DF are very violent. Often, like a lot of people will kind of go out of their way to make things end violently, which I've been going out of my way to avoid, purely for the fact that it's not great for a fortress's long-term survival if you're just killing everything all the time, and getting into fights constantly. So I've kind of been avoiding that, which makes this fortress a little bit less minute-to-minute exciting than a lot of playthroughs of DF are. It'll be 582 hours, yeah, something like that, yeah. I mean, I already have incredibly skilled spear dwarves. If I wanted to, I could probably annihilate every other living thing in the world, but I'd like to have people to trade with. I find having people to trade with to be much more fun than just murdering them, so I would rather not, ultimate. But, you know, that is a thing we could do in theory. We could kill all of the humans and the goblins and the other things and all the creepy beasties in the basement, which I might need to kill. But you know, it is. Well, I mean, different structure, different forts, right? Different themes for different forts is the spice of life and what makes things interesting. Without different themes for different forts, life's really, 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 really boring. Might come back, I don't know. Yeah, fair enough. Let's make 200 charcoal while we're at it. 24.45 days worth of Longdeath. I need to do better. I need to do better. Do what you gotta do, Legends. I'll be streaming, as I always am. You're awaiting something hilarious to happen. It's hard to predict what will happen next. What, like me dropping a floor tile on a dwarf yesterday? Have I ever rage quit in DF? I don't really rage quit in video games because I'm an adult who doesn't get, like, irrationally angry at dumb shit. Unless it's, like, Twitch knocking me offline. That'll make me mad, but... There's a Switch proverb, if you want peace, you have to have cannons, which you think sums up the amazing spear dwarves and not using them to murder everyone else. Well, it's kind of funny, right? Because we have top quality spear dwarves, right? With multiple named steel spears. And we don't really use them. But everybody is bringing us tribute because they fear us, rightfully. So, you know. Yeah, we crushed Chimp yesterday by mistake. I accidentally killed Chimp, which was very unfortunate, because we were deconstructing a building and I kind of dropped a portion of it on his head. Yeah. Which was not ideal. I wouldn't recommend it. I would not recommend it. Oops, indeed. Yep. Oops, indeed. But we're getting those glass blocks made, which is going to start filling up this stockpile over here. Someone, you know, left food in their bedroom again. But yeah, these green glass blocks are going to start appearing here, and then we're going to start constructing them. Like how stone went? Yeah. No, stone fell downstairs. Stone fell downstairs. Wasn't a collapsing roof. Did I kill a stone with a collapsing roof? I must have. I mean, I've killed a few stones. Apologies for that, by the way. One of them was a collapse? Okay, because I remember, I think it was Stone the Third falling downstairs. Because it was a she, I think, and she got hit in the back with the head by a buzzard while she was running down some stairs, and she flew forwards and Didn't land very well. I think it was Stone 2. Stone 3 was killed by Justice. Right. So maybe it's Stone 1 that I'm forgetting about. The visuals this game gives. My favorite visual from this fort is this beautiful piece of artwork that was etched on the wall. Engraved on the wall is an exceptionally designed image of a horse by Eternal. The horse is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of a horse with an obstacle in Longdeath in the mid-autumn of 31. In the mid-autumn of 31, a horse fell off of our walkway wall on the upper level and fell, I think it was 11 Z levels, and went splat. So, very memorable moment in Longdeath. In fact, I want to say like most of a caravan fell off of it, but only one of the horses went splat. The rest of them walked it off. And at that point, I was very worried that we were going to... No, horse didn't live. But anyway, yeah, so that image of a horse colliding with an obstacle is memorialized on our wall. This game gives you Tetris effects. Do you know what the Tetris effect actually is? The perfect game flow, the Tetris effect, the effect that Tetris has on your mind that was a named mental phenomenon because of the game Tetris. It's when you're so focused on a game of Tetris that you are mentally incapable of focusing on anything else in existence. The only thing you are able to focus on or pay attention to is Tetris. So if Dwarf Fortress gives you Tetris effect vibes, that means you are very focused on dwarves while playing Dwarf Fortress. I'm actually going to put wheelbarrows in this one. We're going to use wheelbarrows to transport these blocks. We don't need them, but I'm going to do it anyway, just because it's going to make things much more efficient. I'm not sure what you mean, Coldfire. Yeah, it's like entering the perfect flow state. Exactly. Yeah, that's what Tetris does. Puyo Puyo sometimes has that effect, but not quite as much as Tetris. Chat, are Windows magma safe? I know, like, are gym windows magma safe? If not, then I'm going to need to demolish some of my windows eventually. If not, I might need to check this with science. You would have the same thing to you happening when listening to Rings of Saturn high as fuck, writing economics chapstone paper in college. Yep, I could see that. Also, Rings of Saturn. Nice pull. I like them. No. I don't get put into a perfect flow state when playing Dwarf Fortress at all, like I do with Tetris, because Dwarf Fortress is a very methodical, slow process, whereas Tetris is lightning quick reactions, the literal seconds something happens. Dwarf Fortress doesn't put that kind of pressure on me at all. So I do not go into a flow state at all when I'm playing Dwarf Fortress. I mean, maybe you do, but that doesn't happen for me at all. Nope, that's not the Tetris effect, Coldfire. That's called eye strain. And you should probably turn down the brightness on your monitor. I understand the confusion, though. Magma needs to occupy the same tile. That makes sense, but I still want to fact check that. Because I don't think I've ever... I know I've blocked magma with, like, everything else, but I don't believe I've ever actually blocked magma with gem windows. I've used glass windows, but I've never used gem windows. And those red windows there are made of gems. They're made of well-cut sards. So... You may want to look up Tetris effect again. Okay, so the Tetris effect, I don't need to look this up, right? The Tetris effect is when you are in a perfect flow state while playing it and you are unable to pay attention to anything else. That is the definition of the Tetris effect. And Tetris is the first and only game to achieve the perfect Tetris effect. You seeing shapes after you're finished playing is not a Tetris effect. That is you... hurting your eyes. I mean, maybe you just have a very active imagination, but that's not part of the definition of the Tetris effect. The Tetris effect is simply referring to the perfect flow state and inability to focus on anything else while you are playing Tetris effect. Fighting games can have similar effects, though, which is why Absolver also makes sense. It's not an agree or disagree thing. That is just literally the definition of the Tetris effect. The Surge had that effect on you? I mean, that's a Dark Souls-like game, right? I mean, you can disagree with me, but I disagree in response. So that's just where we're gonna sit on this, I guess. If you want to disagree, that's fine. When playing Toning Hawk outside, you can see a partial places. Sure, but if you close your eyes and you're seeing Tetris pieces, you should go see an eye doctor. As somebody with a lot of a lot of problems with my eyes, if you're seeing things like that in your sleep, go speak with your eye doctor because you've got some major eye strain issues. You shouldn't be seeing shapes when you're trying to sleep. Also, hi Freskins, how are you? That gave you hints about what they were about to do, etc., and you had to look intensely at what they were up to. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't believe I've ever actually seen footage of the Surge. The only footage of the Surge I've ever actually seen is a screenshot of a really ugly-looking roller coaster that a friend sent me saying, I guess they've never seen a real roller coaster before. That's fine that it's right there as part of the description. But you're wrong. I don't understand why this is a discussion, though. Coldfire. I don't agree, right? It's never been the definition of the Tetris effect. I've spoken with professional Tetris players. I've talked about this before. I went to a PAX panel about this and talked with people afterwards. That's never been a definition of the Tetris effect that I've personally heard of before. Tetris syndrome and the Tetris effect are two different things. So, like, you're repeatedly disagreeing with me, and sure, I've never said that you're wrong, but that's not what the Tetris effect is. So we can just keep arguing about this for all eternity if you want, or we can just agree to disagree. I feel that those are two separate things. Tetris syndrome is one thing, and Tetris effect is a different thing. The Tetris effect is the active, perfect focus on a thing. Whereas Tetris syndrome is when you're seeing things, which also is a form of eye strain, and you should go talk to a doctor. If you're seeing things when you close your eyes, you need to stop staring at a screen. So you can copy paste Wikipedia pages and do whatever you want. My take is not going to change. Sorry, you're talking with somebody who's way too stubborn for his own right. So if you want to keep having this argument, you can, but you're just going to be yelling at a wall. Just know that going in. I've never really played Dark Souls Freskin, so I don't have an opinion. Wally? I read that. Now I want a Wally roguelike socks. Somebody make me a roguelike where I run around as Wally and like collect blocks of trash. I want to play that game now. I don't understand why people insist on arguing with me about shit like this, because it's like, just realize I don't care. There is no argument here. You're just yelling for the sake of yelling, and if you like the sound of your own voice, that's fine, but the only voice you're going to hear is mine. Never played any Soulsborne games? I've played Soulsborne games, but I've never played them. I don't have the hand-eye coordination and the spatial awareness to be able to play them, so it's a very unpleasant experience. Hi, Animal. How are you? The annoy blind effect? You mean the get banned effect? New building? What is it for? Long-term projects that I've been talking about for a while. I want to build a tower of glass up to the tavern. Spring has arrived. How many people have died? Hopefully none. Also, just as a side note, it's been very, very, very common in my experience, especially when it comes to Wikipedia pages, that when they're referencing stuff related to video games, they're often wrong. Very frequently wrong, in fact. Just throwing that out there. We didn't lose any dwarves that are important. I think we lost a merchant, though. Hey, Aqua. How's things? You joined just as merchants die. That's possible. That, or they have definitions that I disagree with, so might as well be wrong. Yeah, we have a tribute. I was just doing other things. Yeah, it was very unfortunate. I agree, Crow. You will be reincarnated one day. Yes, this is true. Of course you will. We'll have smelly socks instead of sock smell. But one dingo leather bag and 25 silver arrows that they killed the dingo with. Let me know when you got it, Stone. All right, so who died then? Unless I miscounted, which is possible. Maybe nobody did. I'd swear that there was one other unnamed resident, though. Meaning I'm going to need to invite more merchants. But we're going to need to work on these glass blocks for a while. Because we are super short on glass blocks. But yeah, no, the plan has been for a while that I'm going to build a tunnel like this that goes all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. To things unknown in the deep. But we got to get down there first. We have got to get down there first, and that's going to take a while. So till then, we're going to build up. Because that's the thing that I know. In the area that I know. And building up is much easier than building down. And I got more than enough iron to build more than enough pump stacks to be able to do some silly stuff. Giant tube of demons? No. Not releasing demons. I want to fill it up with lava. I want to fill it up with lava. Although I did actually have a problem once with a large amount of lava near the surface where a magma crab got into it in a previous fort, and somehow so magma crabs don't burn, right? But somehow I managed to catch this magma crab managed to catch itself on fire. So it was just endlessly melting constantly, which isn't good. And the reason that's not good is it was just spewing smoke everywhere, which does wonders to your frame rate. So, Quovenair, hello. It's good to see you. You haven't missed much. Nothing particularly crazy has happened so far, but we are 1 year further into Longdeath, which is nice. $223. We won't have a 3-number year again until 333. Having pump stacks? No. Using pump stacks? Yes. So as long as I deactivate and deconstruct after we're done with it, or deactivate it when we're done with it, it's fine. But having pump stacks? No. Having pump stacks is fine. It's pumping. That does. Thought your window was open due to the birds? Well, the fort's above ground, so I use bird sounds. When I go below ground, I turn on dungeon sounds, but... How am I today? I'm okay today. Could be worse. Was in a lot of pain this morning, but I'm all right now. It's getting better. It's still in my chest, though. An elven caravan has arrived. A bunch of wee-wees. Look at them. They're all saying we. We friends, apparently. Except that one who says D. And that one says he. I doubt it. Pain is something I just get to live with. The biggest one we've seen was 6 elf merchants, but 5 ain't bad. 5 ain't bad. Although they normally come in from the right side of the map, so it's weird seeing them come in from the left. I guess they took a roundabout route this time. Maybe there's soldiers or something that they had to go around. You win too much? All you do is win, win, win no matter what? The real question, Animal, is have you been banging 7-gram rocks, and is that how you roll? They had to go capture a gremlin for me. I mean, I don't think they've seen the website yet, because it only just launched. I'm by winning. Because he was banging the 7-gram rocks. You know he's on Cameo. You can pay him $100 and he'll say whatever you want. True story. Yeah, I looked it up pretty recently. It's like, I wonder what Mr. By Winning is up to. He doesn't seem to be winning these days. He looks like he's seen better days. I'm not gonna lie. Like he kind of, I don't know, aged up to his drug use in the last decade or so. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Yeah, this is true. I know a few streamers who've gone and got themselves cameos, and a few YouTubers who have as well. And it's kind of like, that's so redundant because it's like, hey, you want me to do something, chat? Just like ask nicely, and I'll just do it. Like you don't like what? Why does some people feel the need to like charge people for a happy birthday wish or some shit? Or hey, please diss my brother or whatever. I don't understand some people because money is money. But no, I understand why the people do it. Like I fully get why like a C-list celebrity or somebody like me, which is like an F- list celebrity, would do something like that. What I don't get is why people would pay for it. Like you know what I mean? Like it's not a question of why does the service exist. It's more of a question of why do people actually pay for this service? That's more what it is. I'm a solid F plus. Really? I got upgraded? Man. Hey, you know, I'll take an F over like a Y, which is what I was for a very long time. I don't know how I want to do this just yet because I do have those windows over there. Two of those windows. I don't know. I'm definitely not a high tier celebrity, that's for sure. That part is for sure. I am no high tier celebrity. All right, so is this dugout down here? No, it's not. That's the smooth button. That's not what I want. I want the dig button. Hit S instead of D. What did these have? It's mostly finished goods. Well, got a bunch of stuff I gotta move to over here. I might be headed for C? Nah. I mean, like, I consider, like, Ninja to be a C-list celebrity. You know? Like, Ninja is what I would consider somebody who's actually, like, reached celebrity status as far as, like, content creation goes. Or somebody like, I don't care about VTubers, but, like, somebody like Corpse Husband or, I don't know, one of those, like, those people who get, like, the people who've been on Times Square during a New Year's Eve celebration to teach people how to do a Fortnite dance. Those people are like C-list celebrities. So I think I will always probably be beyond like the D-list celebrities, but like I think D- is like my peaking point probably. Like I don't know. I'd give Krug Smash like a D plus right now, right? Like he's very well known within a very specific group of people, right? And that's always kind of what I've been. Is I've always been relatively well known within very specific groups of people. Like within roguelikes, most roguelike people or people who are deep into roguelikes probably have at least seen one of my videos or know who I am at the very least, or have maybe like heard my name once or twice. And that's kind of all I can really ask for, you know? And you know what? I'm kind of okay. I'm kind of okay with that. Sort of fine with just kind of being a guy that some people know. I'm on your A list. Oh, thank you, animal. See, but in Canada, we spelt A with an EH, right? So I'm an A plus list celebrity on your list. Eh? Celebrity. Which is actually about more accurate. You're a celebrity? Eh! Come on. My ass. If you get married, which might be happening in a few years, there are 4 streamers who are invited to my wedding, and you're one of them. I will probably politely decline that invitation, but courteously. Mostly because I don't like traveling. I don't want to travel if I don't need to. But I would definitely show up to a Discord wedding reception. Basically, what I'm saying is if you stream a wedding on Discord via a private Discord server, I'd show up. That's what I'm saying. I mean, drinking in my home without having to hang out with a bunch of people I don't know sounds pretty rad. Not gonna say I don't do that all the time anyway, but actually I don't drink at home ever, but... No, totally. I mean, I've actually, like, asked that of a few people. Like, I know some people who are getting married pretty soon, and I'm like, hey, like, there's no reasonable way I could ever attend this, but, like, what are the odds you could just, like, spin up a Discord stream and, like, point it at the, like, the ceremony? Like, or a fucking Zoom call or something, because, I don't know, I'd like to watch. And clap into a microphone or whatever. Shout, I object at the opportune moment, you know? Just be that guy. I'm down. Okay, so, like, for those of you who are a little bit newer here, you guys wouldn't know about this, but I was supposed to get married in 2020. TLDR, she broke it off. But I was supposed to get married in 2020. And something we were straight up planning on doing is that we were going to have a Discord with a camera and 1 or 2 streams up and running. And we were going to do that. We were going to stream the wedding. But, like, yeah, no, it didn't end up happening, obviously. You wore an iPad on your chest for somebody at their buddy's wedding? Oh, really? And you got free food? So you were the dude on his chest with an iPad? Huh. I wonder if you can be a witness through a Zoom call or Discord. In 2021, probably. Maybe not pre-2021, but in 2021, probably. Okay, so and there you go. There's your answer to the question. I totally forgot to trade with the elves because I'm building stuff and talking about random shit. Where's my trader? Over there, I think. Yep, there you are. You get down there and trade. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Yeah, you could do it like that one football team in Europe who had a giant like Megatron TV next to the stadium with like 1 million people in a Zoom call, and if you squinted, you could see somebody mooning the screen right at the beginning of the pandemic. I read that as geek weddings, and I was like, yeah, me too. But Greek weddings, yes. Yeah, no, I've never been to a Greek wedding. But I've been to an East Indian wedding. Basically the same thing. People count-wise. It's like, yo, we're going to... It's like white people say, we're going to invite the immediate family. And like 5 people show up. East Indians, we're going to invite the immediate family. 750 people show up. All right, let's see what the elves brought us. Weasel, a cow moose, an emu. I think that's it. Really? Come on, guys. Come on. I really, really wish they were still sending elven diplomats to talk with us. Because if they were, then I could make requests. Trade we will. Trade we did. Don't tell any Australians. They usually bring emus. They've tamed the emus, though. They're not at war with them. Is there a way to minimize crashing when creating a world? If your game is crashing, you've got something wrong. When's it crashing? Is it crashing at a year point? Like, does it crash at, like, roughly X hundred years? How long are you letting them run? Because it shouldn't crash at all. I get maybe the occasional crash, but it's pretty rare. You're 300-ish? I mean, like, year 800 plus? Okay, yeah, that's kind of normal. 300-ish? What are you doing wrong? On Embark, do you use text will be text, Socks? Because disable text will be text until you're in-game. Because that is the main source of crashes while embarking. This text will be text. Disable text will be text until you are in-game. And you find yourself wanting to play. It's a very simple game to play once you know it. Once you know how to play it, which is learning to play it is difficult, but. But once you've kind of made it past that hump. Yeah, considering it's a free game, it's well worth the download. Also, it is a piece of video game history. Looks like a programming language. To which I always retort with, then you've literally never seen a programming language. It doesn't look anything like a programming language. It kind of looks like what Hollywood thinks programming might look like, maybe. But no, it doesn't look anything like a programming language. Maybe like a rough UX for a rough UX for a like a parody of a programming language. Yeah, also you shouldn't be watching my stream while driving, so. Looks like a strange defrag tool. Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that. I landed in the disk management tool in Windows yesterday when I was setting up new hard drives, and that was kind of a weird piece of Windows to fall into, because it's like, man, this looks like Windows 2000 still. I mean, that's what I am for most people's entertainment, is just background noise. I'm pretty good at that, fortunately. Hacker typer. And if you spam code long enough, it ends with an Amazon affiliate link. This game? Oh yeah, heck, it's free. It's always been free. See? Hacker typer. And now they just blast you with ads. Because, you know. We'd like to send you notifications because you clearly like mashing your keyboard. Hacker typer is pretty good stress relief, though. I will admit. It's just mash the keyboard. Any excuse to mash a keyboard is a good excuse. Although I'm always worried whenever I'm on that website when I'm streaming that I'm gonna hit some hotkey I didn't know exist and turn my stream off. You know, I'm always, because like OBS has a few of those like random hotkeys that are always bound that I don't know. I'm always worried I'm gonna hit like Control F6 or something and it's just gonna like shut my stream off. A little worried we're gonna dig into the king's tomb, but bigger things will have been lost if I do. Do I use Streamlabs? I don't use Streamlabs OBS if that's what you're asking. Bloated piece of shit software. I use Streamlabs for tips, which I'm always in constant debate of. The only reason I still use it is because I still have some friends that work at Streamlabs. Otherwise, I would have switched. Every single time, like, I'm considering switching, I'm always like, yeah, but, like, I have these 4 people that I know still work there. And I'm like, okay. Also, because, like, one person that I know who works there will just, like, DM me every time I'm like, fuck it, I'm switching. It's like, please don't. I need to keep my job. So I'm always like, fine. I mean, I never do. So I guess I'm easy to convince. Never underestimate lazy. But no, I don't use Streamlabs OBS. Streamlabs OBS is a problem and people shouldn't use it. It's fucking awful software. You tried to use Slobs and it was awful? Yeah, no, it's really bad software. It is like... It's like when you buy an Acer laptop and it comes with a shit ton of software that you don't want installed. Already installed, and you're like, why does any of this exist? That's how I feel. Best quality in an IT person is things become automated quickly. I mean, like, I don't know. I've always kind of rolled with the if it ain't broke, don't fix it thing, which is why I still use old school OBS Studio. It's a little bit more clunky, but it's just as malleable. There's just as many options. It's just as good. This shit. You know, this shit. The good shit. Good old-fashioned OBS Studio. It's what I've always used. Still works. Every OS is terrible, Night Chicken. There are no good ones. Simply use the one that works best for you. You remove what, McAfee? That's like weirdly obnoxious software to uninstall. Weirdly obnoxious software to uninstall. I haven't had to uninstall Norton Antivirus in about 10 years, I think. The last time I had to uninstall it was actually from my ex's laptop. Because she was willingly using it, and I was like, no, let's get this off of your computer. You know, I'll bet you, I'd be willing to bet money that my ex is still using, because, okay, so I'm one of the 5 people that actually paid for Malwarebytes, because I bought Malwarebytes for $10, and I'm grandfathered into that, so I paid for it, one-time fee, and I just have Malwarebytes, and so I've always used Malwarebytes just kind of passively. It has a pretty handy little pop-up blocker that I use, which isn't full-on ad block, it's just a pop-up blocker. And it just dawned on me that my ex used my license for Malwarebytes, and I'll bet you she's still using it. I should change the password on that. It's been 2 years, but I'd be willing to bet she's still using it. I never liked Avast. I always found Avast to be a little silly, but I use Bytes, and I manually clean shit with Winderstat. I don't use a CC cleaner these days. Or C cleaner. Because I find C cleaner deletes a lot of things I don't want deleted. But yeah, anybody who's been around here for a while will know that I use Windows not because I like Windows, but because everything works on Windows generally with the least amount of friction. And I need shit to just work. He had more vision than me and still has more vision than me. So, I mean, he's got that going for him. He wears glasses, but it's... My glasses are significantly stronger. Let's just get rid of all that crap down there. Not an Apple fan, then? I wouldn't describe myself a fan of any large corporation like that. My glasses are stronger than Bill Gates? Well, I mean, technically, I guess my glasses are probably stronger than the vast majority of people who wear glasses because the right lens actually isn't a glasses lens. It's a fucking magnifying glass. Like, when I was a little kid, I used to set ants on fire with my fucking glasses. Not going to say that my glasses have laser beams, but, like, if I point them at the right angle, I can set an ant on fire. So that's pretty satisfying. Can set ants on fire with my glasses? Well, fortunately, I stream full time, so I don't need to write resumes. I'm an X-Man? Nah, I don't wear shitty spandex suits. You set your Barbie dolls on fire as a kid? Are you okay? What the hell? Don't forget the capes. Yeah, and capes get caught in elevator shafts. You're fine. Are you sure? I think the correct answer to that is no, actually. When someone asks you if you're okay in a context like that, the only way to respond to that is no. I mean, Lego is cooler than Barbies, can confirm. As somebody who played with Lego and Barbies, Lego is way cooler than Barbies. I had two sisters, or I have two sisters, so we would, and because we didn't always have friends to come over because we lived in the middle of goddamn nowhere, we would just play together, so we'd kind of alternate playing with the Lego and playing with the Barbies. I don't know what that is, Darren, so I will just simply lump that in with what I previously said, that I don't wear tight spandex suits. Not really into superhero cosplay myself, so no, I'm not much of an X-Men. Also, that's such a shitty mutant power. It's like, well, what are you? It's like, well, I have the ability to shoot lasers out of my eyes, but only if I take my glasses off and only if the sun is at the perfect angle. That's such a shitty superpower. Also, my whole body hurts all of the time. Can I just have, like, eyes that work and a functioning body? That would be cool. Now I want to know how good chickens' visions are at night, because you're the night chicken, right? It's like, how well did chickens see in the dark? Like at all, though? Now when you say, like, I can't see, I'm sitting here going like, wait, so are you telling me that you're fully blind? Or is that just like a joke bouncing off of something? Cranking out all that sand. I had way more sandbags than I thought I did. This is where I'm at with my life. A friend of mine just sends me a DM with a picture of a receipt order for Dillinger Escape Plan's new record. Fucking, this is my life now. But it is now summer. They can see better color than humans. Yeah. I've been watching the David Attenborough or Sir David Attenborough series called Life in Color, which just released on Netflix, which is just a, hey, we have exceptionally fucking expensive, well, more math core than math rock, but yeah. These are exceptionally expensive cameras that we're pointing at animals to show ultraviolet, infrared, and normal light. And then also like the perspectives from that animal of what that animal sees. And it's fascinating. It's like, yo, this is what like an African deer sees, or this is what like an Indian deer sees, and then this is what a tiger sees, and this is why the tiger is orange with that background. It's fucking wild. Cool goddamn series. Highly recommended if you like really good nature documenting stuff. Just removing all of those blocks and bins and pots and crap from down there, so that we can keep digging. But yeah, Dillinger Escape Plan is mathcore. Mantis shrimp? The mantis shrimp that punches harder than anything else. That also sees better color than anything else. I'm just like watching those nature shows. I want to watch the documentary on how they fucking film that stuff, because it's like, how are you getting like these perfect shots of like, oh no, an owl flew in with my dingoes. It's a sentence no one ever says. An owl flew in with my dingoes, and now there's a dead barn owl on the ground. It flew into my dingoes, and my wolves and dingoes just like mauled it to death. So there's like a shredded barn owl here now. Oops. Also, hi Minnow, what's up? You missed the name of the series. What series do you recommend? It's called Life in Color, and it's on Netflix. Life in Color. It's brilliant, like brilliantly shot. Just like it's a lot of information I kind of already know, but it's one of those things where it's like it's really interesting to see it presented in such a high definition format. And also like I want to know how they fucking film that stuff, because it's like you've got like this tiny little animal in like perfectly framed shot with a slow rotation on the lens. It's like, how are you doing that? But if you ever wondered what like a bee can see, that's what that shows you. Since US has nothing, well, that sucks. I mean, yes, it's on Canadian Netflix. Discord movie at a later time. I will not stream anything that's currently on Netflix. I will stream on Discord. I will do random old movies or niche indie films that not many people know of or care about, but I will not stream stuff that's currently trending #1 in Canada on Netflix, because that's like I'm already kind of pushing the rules of what I'm allowed to do on Discord, and I don't want to get in trouble. There's a moth in my house. Hello, moth. You mind flying? Oh, the door's open. Do I watch the So Bad It's Good movies? I have a few specific types of So Bad It's Good movies that I enjoy, but I don't go out of my way to just watch them for the sake of watching them. Harassing you? I mean, I think this one's been in my house for a little bit. What, So Bad It's Good movies? I mean, I go out of my way to watch, like, Nicolas Cage movies. But that's more just because I like Nicolas Cage, less because I just want to watch So Bad It's Good movies. The humans have arrived to trade. It's that time of year. Let's see, do I have any clothing I can sell to the humans? Nope. Do also have crafts. Not many, though. That'll do. Billy Goat got stung by a honeybee. No. Because your eyes have liquids in them. And they're thirsty. I don't know if that's actually the reason, but that's that's what I like to think. I mean, I watch a lot of movies that I don't stream on Discord. I've streamed one movie on Discord. Fast hat. And I watch TV most evenings. Fucking hell. I mean, it's true. It's true. But Ultimate, you should watch Hawkeye. The movie Hawkeye from the 80s. It's on YouTube. I can give you a link if you want. Those are the kinds of movies I go out and seek out. From 1988. There you go. There's a link. It's just the whole movie. I think it's someone pointing a camera at their TV too. The highest rated comment is discount Jackie Chan and an Eddie Murphy knockoff the buddy cop film. It's not far off, actually. That's not far off, actually. Where are they getting all that clothing from? Oh, from a dwarf who died. It's the best superhero show ever made, and it was discontinued. I am so fucking sick of superhero shit. If I ever need to watch it, if someone ever makes me watch another superhero thing, I think I might just die. I'm so tired of superhero shit. So fucking tired. Like, everybody's like, oh, this new superhero thing just came out. I'm like, I couldn't give a rat's ass. Hode says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? It's like, superheroes were fun and are fun. And they were fun, I'd say, for me up until about 2018. And then between Marvel, DC, all of the other ones, all of the other comics, all of the animated series, and everything else, I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. And I'm done. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. There's too much. I think maybe in 15 years I'll be interested in watching something superhero related again. Hode says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarfs. I wonder how many years we'll have you around since Hawk died. I don't consider Napoleon Dynamite to be so bad it's good. Napoleon Dynamite's just really boring. And its mundaneness makes it funny. That's not a so bad it's good movie because it's like they knew what they were doing when they made that movie. Well, I mean, people keep going to go fucking see them, so I mean, then again, I felt kind of the same way about superhero comics. When I was younger, I got into Superman comics quite a bit for a little bit there. I got some of like the early days of Superman comics, which I got in a little compendium, which I really liked. I was given a Green Lantern thing that was like this thick that had like every single issue of majorly important issue of Green Lantern in it, which I loved. I read Watchmen. I read a shit ton of Daredevil, like big, thick comp books. Like I got way into superheroes comics for a bit when I was younger. And then I kind of hit the same point where it's just like I kind of realized how much there was and I just kind of burnt out and stopped. And I've gone way beyond that point with the movies. Like I'm so fucking tired of it. It didn't help that like, you know, I mentioned earlier that I was supposed to get married. My ex loved that shit, and I went and saw all of those movies in theaters with her. It was like ideal date night in her opinion. Was let's go see a superhero movie, and I did that for years, and so now it's just like, yeah, I don't have to watch that shit anymore. Hallelujah. So yeah, no, I'm so fucking tired of superhero movies. The last superhero thing I unironically enjoyed was the first season of Daredevil, though. That was the last superhero thing that I enjoyed. Just because of the choreography in it. Like, that thing, again, so fucking well shot. Such a well shot show. Those fight scenes in those hallways, it's good shit. It's better than literally anything else Marvel had done up until that point. But then now that it's all like locked behind Disney as well, and I have this massive aversion to Disney where it's like I would rather do literally anything on earth than give Disney money if I can avoid it. I will very much continue to not give Disney money. So I don't care how good the stuff that they're putting out is. I don't care how good people say Mandalorian is. I do not care how good anything they're putting on that service is or how much they're putting on that service. I really don't want to directly give Disney money. I do not like that company. I feel kind of the same way about Amazon, but I'm more handcuffed on that one. So, I don't know. No, I really don't. For the same reason, I kind of don't want to give Tencent money directly. Are the human traders? Yep, those were their names. I'm going to forbid everything in this stockpile right here and then unforbid it. Because a lot of these items are just getting ignored and I don't know why. Those are pretty indie. Doesn't matter how indie or how mainstream it is. I do not give a fuck about superheroes. Just superheroes, period. What's your go-to for shopping online? Well, I mean, I think about it this way. It's like if I wasn't as disabled physically as I am these days, I wouldn't use Amazon, but I don't really have much of an option, unfortunately. Yeah, they really, really do. No one's really trying to compete. Although, you know, the majority of the online purchases I make these days are actually like indie record labels and small companies. I think I buy more stuff online from like random, you've never heard of it before, record label, or record shop, that sort of stuff. Core Blimey? I know Blimey, but I've never heard Core Blimey. Like, literally, I don't believe I've ever heard that line before. So it might be shitty fake British, but it's shitty fake British I've never heard. I mean, they're making lots of money from a lot of different places, but you're not wrong. Ultimate, you are not wrong. Do I have any adventure mode on YouTube? Yeah, a little bit. I don't do much adventure mode. It doesn't quite grab my interest as much as the other forms of play. For one simple reason. Whenever I play it, I just want to play Caves of Cud. I want to play a game that has a more fleshed out structure for that type of play. So. Yeah, I don't know if we want to get into that subject, Ultimate. But yeah, you're right. There's the green glass blocks. Lost them for a second. Did I run out of glass? No. I'm simply further away from the glass. So it's separate on the menu. It's in a different place. We're actively making glass right now. I'm using it about as fast as I'm making it. Just have to figure out where in the list it is. I mean, that's not politics, but human rights are not politics. And if you think human rights are politics, that's a problem. Yeah, it's still the core part that I haven't heard. Like, I've definitely heard the govna part, and I've heard the blimey part, but it's maybe it's just like it's such a quick roll off in the lines, Stone, that I don't have any recollection. Because I've heard govna and blimey, but arguing about which government policy we should use to push for better/worse human rights is politics. Sure, but discussing basic human rights is not politics. Treating people with respect is not politics. That's just treating people with respect. A lot of the reasons we have so many problems in society is because people call things politics when they should just be accepted. Crikey. Crikey. Yes, that is Australian. Those are British prisoners. Also, specifically, isn't that just like the crocodile hunter? Specifically? Of Dragon Quest 11. Those games are all British, aren't they? Like they hire British voice actors and everything to do all of the localization. That always kind of throws me off a little bit. I don't know why. I always get like a little bit of I think dysphoria is the wrong word. What's the word when like you look at something and it sounds totally different than the way you expect it to sound? And it fucks up your brain. I know there's a word for that, but I can't remember what it is. But anyway, JRPGs that have British voice acting always throw me off because I expect them to dissociation, maybe. Um, but it always throws me the hell off when I see a JRPG and they're not speaking Japanese. Like I always just expect them to just yell at me in anime. Like that's what I expect. I sit down, I see JRPG and it's like, oh, they're gonna speak in anime. I'm getting ready to read subtitles and then they're just like, hello, governor, and I'm just like, the fuck you on about? What planet did you come from? Because it's not Japan, and it's very strange. It always throws me the hell off. Like, I used to hang out with somebody who would play a lot of the Tales of games, like, you know, Tales of Vesperia and Tales of Symphonia and all that shit. And they always had British voice acting, and it was always like the weirdest, like, disconnect in my brain ever, where I just like, I'm expecting anime and then it doesn't turn into anime, and it's always like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, Xenoblade does the exact same thing. Yeah, that's another franchise. You do admit Elo is real. The old H dropping means, of course it is. Yeah. Yeah. But like there's just some like weird brain does not compute when I see that. And I hear that. It throws me off. Which fortunately stuff like, you know, heads up to those of you who do surveys, there's a Twitch survey that was just sent out 15 minutes ago. It might already be done, but 100 bits on that one. Must be 18 or over, apparently. Let's do Blue Jade. Brace opals. Cut some gems up. Humans are leaving. It's the main thing impacting the frame rate right now. Have I played Portal 2 Reloaded? No. I've never been particularly interested in mods for Portal. I really like those games just kind of as games. But, I don't know. People have been trying to convince me, and maybe one day they will. But maybe one day I'll convince myself. But I'm just too satisfied with the base games. Uh-oh. Abe's upset. I told the story of the formation of the Staney Hall in Longdeath in the early autumn of 27 at the Simple Dinner, and I enjoyed that. Good for you. Now go train in the military so you stop being whiny. Well, I know the line of gems being truly outrageous, but what the heck is gem in the holograms? Because gems are outrageous. Truly, truly outrageous. Oh, really? Is it a reference to something that I didn't know about? To an old 80s TV show? Huh, the more you know. That I've never heard of. You thought that you'd accidentally open Linus Tech Tips? True story. He lives about a 20-minute drive from me. And grew up in the same part of town as me. I know where their office is. I've seen them on public transit while they were filming Scrapyard Wars. Yeah. Yeah, no, I assure you I'm not Linus, but I'm from that part of town. and grew up in that part of town and live very close to him. Like, me and a friend of mine, a number of years ago when Linus Tech Tips was still blowing up, when they were still in the old house, based off of one piece of footage of the front yard of that house, me and my friend figured out where they were, figured out where that house was just off of Google Maps, and like approximating. We found that house on Google Maps. We did the stalker thing, and yeah, no, that house is like 15 minutes that way. So, yeah, no, I get the Linus Tech Tips thing quite frequently. Also, we learned the other day that Linus Tech Tips looks like Cave Johnson. You lost all of your learnings on the last one? Oh, that sucks. Aqua, I'm sorry. It's part of the betting process, though. It's only natural. Get mad, Ultimate. I'm a dev. My scientists design a combustible lemon that will burn your house down. Although I will say this about Linus is I am about that much taller than him. He's fucking short, and I'm like slightly above average size. You didn't understand DS, so you start today with baby steps and these to learning these complicated types of games, and played CDDA and Baby DF Keeper RL. I mean, CDDA is just as hard as DF. Like Keeper RL is pretty cool. I wouldn't really call it Baby DF though. Baby DF is more like Odd Realm. Keeper RL is a very different goal than what you're actually going about doing. But if you need help understanding DF, ask questions. I can help. I know too much about this game. It's a problem. A stray ram has been missing for a week. Oh no, whatever shall we do? We lost a ram, guys. Was so great in that role. He was, yeah. I mean, I just replayed that game. That whole playthrough's up on YouTube if anybody wants to go watch it. But yeah, we discovered that Linus looks freakishly similar to aged Cage Johnson. There we go. Can't speak. Aged Cave Johnson is hard to say. There we go. I kept wanting to say Cage Johnson. I'm like, I know that's wrong. What? Why can't mouth say thing brain thunk? Why is there an upset dwarf here? I thought I put you guys into combat training. Did I not? Oh, no, I put the wrong squad in. Not even. No, I was like thinking of like underground cave portions of that, and the brain just kind of put G and C into the same thing and said the wrong thing. Should start with YouTube tutorials? Nope, don't watch YouTube tutorials for Dwarf Fortress. And I have a very simple reason for that. If you watch YouTube tutorials, you'll get one of three things. Super duper duper outdated tutorials that will give you inaccurate, incorrect information because this game is so old. It's the first thing that you'll get. The second thing that you will get is you will get inaccurate YouTube tutorials that are literally just some bloke reading the wiki in live time. So they're just sitting there reading the wiki. The third thing that you will get is just completely useless information that will lead you astray. So what you should really do if you want to learn Dwarf Fortress, or you'll get super advanced information that you don't actually need to know, is you should go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki and go to this link right here, which is the Quick Start Guide. The Quick Start Guide will give you instructions on how to expressly install it, although I would recommend just installing vanilla, not installing what they do, and then just follow this. Like, it might look scary, but this is a step-by-step tutorial to learn the basic logic of Dwarf Fortress and what you need to do, right down to what menus and what buttons you need to press, right down to who you, like, what keystrokes you need to get to specific events, how to get through everything, how to choose a site. And a lot of tutorials will cover this, but this is way more comprehensive and will give you way more information than you will ever need. Vanilla and then a tile set? I mean, you don't need a tile set, but like vanilla and at the very least do a recolor. But yeah, just follow this because this will literally explain piece by piece everything that you need to know to begin playing DF with picture references. And if you get stuck or have trouble with anything here, we can just explain it to you. And it's very simple. This right here is your flowchart, which makes things look scarier than it actually is. Just don't worry about that too much. But that's how you start playing DF. Don't, like, I have tutorials. Krug Smash has a tutorial, which I would recommend watching if you do want to watch one. Everybody has tutorials, but frankly, just play the game. Like, literally, it's that. If you want an installation tutorial, maybe watch Krug Smash's tutorial, because it is pretty helpful. What happened to you? You're in conflict. No, you're not. What are you... You in conflict with the floor? Like, what are you doing? Go to your sparring match. Are you cleaning up your own vomit? I mean, that's impressive, but like, go, just go help. Just go do what you love, Dwarf. There you go. Now you're happy. Silly Dwarf. Yeah, the flowchart's very useful once you know the basics, but initially the flowchart just makes things look worse than they are. And my brewer is chained up. What the fuck's going on? I must have missed, yeah, I must have missed a demand from the mayor. Whoops. You want 2 grates? Okay. Make you 3. Blinds tutorial to Dwarf Fortress tutorials? What, don't watch any Dwarf Fortress tutorials? My favorite quote about Dwarf Fortress tutorials was when I was talking to Krug Smash about tutorials. And he said, Blind, are you ever going to make more tutorials? And I was like, I really don't want to. And he's just like, yeah, me neither. I'm like, but, and I was like, but yours is like probably the best one on the market right now. And he goes, yeah, I've been told that, but like, he's like, I'm crazy and I do a lot of work, but I'm not a sociopath. I can't do too many more of those. Tutorials are just painfully difficult to actually do. But unfortunately, Ghost appears to be in prison. Fortunately, Ghost seems to love being in prison, aside from feeling a little guilty. But aside from that, it's just like absolute happiness. So also, you were forced to endure the decay of a friend. Did somebody like die and I'm not aware of it? Hold on. Maybe, actually. Hold on. I'm gonna make some more coffins real quick. And I'm going to activate them. Maybe one of the merchants wasn't fully entombed. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just gonna set up these coffins and then like activate them all, and we'll find out. But yeah, if you prefer no tile sets, Drunk Raccoons, you are very much good. You can very much do this. You vaguely pretended to try and explain what you were doing. You vaguely pretended to try and explain what you were doing. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm going to update your PC. Best of luck. I hope that you survive the endeavor. You have a spare tablet? Can you look at engraving? What? Socks? Apparently Sock's smell died? Where? And I didn't bury you. Didn't you die a while ago? What? That's no bueno. Not one that I see. Because it resets, so. I didn't get a notif about it. I must have missed it. I saw a ram went missing on spring, but it's late summer now. Yeah, no, they're placing items in tombs. Somebody did die. It must have happened back during spring, but I... Yeah, no, there's a body there. There's definitely a body. How the fuck did I miss that? Huh. Well, that explains kind of the dip in mood recently. Whoops. Sorry, Socks. It's Socks' body, I think. I'm assuming. Yeah, it's Socks' smell. Partial skeleton. I'd swear that that body got buried. But I guess he must have died on spring. Wow. Because I thought that somebody died in spring, but then I didn't get a pop-up about it. I must have... Somebody could probably go back in the VOD and see the notification, but... Wild, man. I'm waiting for more coffins to get in here, though. And 80 by 25 is no bueno. Can confirm that is the default resolution for Dwarf Fortress is 80 by 25. Who just died? Well, Socksmell died seemingly a while ago, but also we somehow managed to not know that he died. And so his body deteriorated. And I feel kind of bad. So nothing super crazy. I just had an oopsie. Can it rot that quickly in one season? Yep. 2 seasons, actually. I did say the dwarf count looked off, but I don't know. I didn't get a notification, or a notification that I saw anyway. Basically, it must have been like in a flurry of notifications at the same time, and it was right when I was building stuff, so I just kind of missed it. I don't know. Weirded out by that. Yeah, I seem to recall stating that I didn't think that that would work as well as you wanted it to, CCX, but it sucks that I think my prediction was right. It wasn't unnoticed undead ogres. Yes, yeah, no. At the very least, it wasn't an unnoticed undead, because that would have gone noticed pretty quick, actually. And now autumn has come. Meaning game is saving again. What day of the week is it? It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, today's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. Okay. I think I might do a Caves of Cud day tomorrow. It's been a little bit since we did a Caves of Cud day, and I kind of want to do a Caves of Cud day tomorrow. No, I'm not in a biome where the dead rise, and there are no necromancers in this world, to my knowledge. Council time? Yep. There they are. Whoopsies. I'm tabbed out. The annual tribute from Basti Pime and Nulanobo has arrived. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. As long as this human doesn't say I cannot let you do that, we're okay. But yeah, I think we'll do some Cud tomorrow. I'm feeling like some Cud, so I think tomorrow we'll do Cud. Yeah, Hal. Whenever things are named Hal in anything, it always amuses me. Cannot let you do that, Dave. I need to rewatch that movie. Now that's a good movie. That's just like we were kind of talking about bad movies earlier. That's just a fucking good movie. What, Caves of Cud related? I don't follow Caves of Cud Twitter or anything on Twitter at all, actually. So I have no idea what you're talking about, Jack Norek. So you're going to have to tell me what you're talking about because I've got no idea what you're talking about. Tribute report for the Council of Men, 223. Autumn, let me know when you want me to scroll. Ooh, an iron disc and 2 copper whips. Longdeath, I think, is the oops that you're looking for. It's okay, Vaca Studio. There you go. You did it. Success. Gremlin for mayor. I've never actually seen an episode of Malcolm in the Middle, but fair enough. They brought us a duck and a rabbit. That's a nice stew right there. A duck and a rabbit. You're not a clever man, but you got there. I mean, hey, you got there. But welcome to the stream. Takes a clever person to make it to the stream. So maybe you're a little off on that. Perhaps. And here comes the other human, who's attack. I think Hal is going to attack us. Oppo is an instrument. Yeah, it's a human instrument. If I recall correctly, it is a human piano-like instrument with a big drum on the back. Something to do with water and bells. The group of Soaring Autumn 223. Yeah, OPU is an instrument. Just like a gust wind chest. A gust is basically a bagpipes. Some chill content to consume while you do work. That, I think, is the most common sentiment I get about my stream. Chill content to consume while it's at work. Or doing other things. It's both the biggest blessing and also kind of the biggest struggle. Simplex is pondering the voice. Pilot, thanks for gifting 49 subs in the channel. Well, total. But thanks for gifting your 49th sub to Vaca Studio. Enjoy the ad-free viewing now, Vaca. This is what you get for not lurking. You get hatted. So enjoy your hat. Thanks for the lurks, Coldfire. And thanks for having the nuts to disagree with me. Oh, boy. Ballista Arrow and High Boot. Yeah, I mean, hard hat, top hat, low hat, no hat. They're all very important while working. But now you got a hat for your skull. Who would want a hat without a skull? That's like distressing. Terrifying thought. That's why he's crying. It's because he has no hat. And how much you love the pain? Why does the game make your brain hurt? What about the game makes your brain hurt? Trust is earned, and not by many. Damn. It's a hell of a line. Let's see how Ghost is doing after that short prison sentence. Fine, a little bit frustrated. What's abstract thinking? Well, I'm always, you know, I'm always needing more dwarves to go think abstractly, so how about we give you the scholar occupation and let you go do that. But now you can live vicariously through other people and witness Dwarf Fortress on the internet. Also, thanks, Pilot, for gifting the sub, seriously, and starting up that leaderboard for the week. Helping us crawl back towards that 300 sub count. It's just overwhelming, and you find when you're playing modern games, the game is entirely at your disposal with what you please to enjoy, but also it hurts sometimes. It feels very similar to the first time you played Morrowind. I mean, there's a style of game design that games used to be, right? Games used to be a thing that somebody made with a rule set, and they didn't really worry too much about people knowing how to make it, or knowing how to play it, or knowing how to enjoy it. Dwarf Fortress doesn't care and kind of takes the more traditional approach to game design, which I tend to prefer. I'd much rather a game respects me as an intelligent human being to be able to figure out what I'm supposed to do in a thing. The Dwarf Ficod has arrived, and so have the dwarves. Welcome back, Ficod, once again. And I personally find it very frustrating when games don't respect my intelligence as a player. And I think a lot of games kind of, at least for me personally, very much suffer from that problem, where the game itself doesn't respect me as a player. And instead of respecting me as a player, it holds my hand through every single little thing, and I find that very frustrating and a little bit demeaning. So personally, I like it when games give me a lot more freedom to just kind of learn and mess about and make mistakes and play with the systems that they've given me to play with. And not a lot of games do that, and I like that when games do that. I'm okay with a little bit of hand-holding, but like there's a point where it's just like, yeah, just let me play the game. I'll do it wrong, but that's okay. Just let me play the game, because learning is part of the fun. Or offer options to switch it off. The problem is it's not just tutorials, right? It's games are like baked from the ground up for you to see all of the content, right? Like that's modern game design. Modern game design is baked from the ground up for you to see every single piece of authored content that they've made, which is actually one of the reasons why The Witcher 3 is such an interesting thing, because the last third of that game is different depending on what choices you make. But like, it's like I will always have more respect for a studio that's totally okay with you literally never seeing a portion of what it has to offer because you didn't put in the time to earn that. It's like, for me, a game, and this is just how I look at games. Other people look at games completely differently. There are certain types of games where I don't see them this way. But with hard games or games like this or games like traditional roguelikes or games where I'm trying to overcome something, the game is a rule set and I have to operate within the rule set and learn how to get good at that rule set to be better than the game at that rule set. And that is a fun learning curve and challenge curve for me as a player. If the game just like hands me a thing, that's not interesting. Unless it's like a short narrative experience, but that's a completely different type of gameplay style, right? Like I love walking simulators. I love games that are just experience this environment and get spoon-fed a story. I love those games. Like I 2-hour walking sim with a good story and beautiful visuals, I'm all in. I will walk through your art gallery and enjoy it. But that's a different type. Like, you know, I watch a horror film to get one kind of experience, and I watch a action comedy film for a different kind of experience, you know? And the kind of experience that I like to get out of a game like this is the one of confusion and what the fuck? Ficod says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Seems last year's all of the metal. Because I'm starting to do things with metal. Although I'll probably have to start requesting wood again soon. I take that comment and I raise you Near Automata or Automata and Near Replicant, aka the remake of Near Gestalt / whatever the fuck the Japanese one was called. I think it was just called Near Replicant, wasn't it? You knew that you were gonna bring that up. I was gonna say, like, there's literally a game that just came out that's advertising 30+ endings. Maybe not. Isn't it like 27 endings or something in Near Replicant? I don't know. But, you know. Here come the dwarves. Slowly unloading everything. Never played it, so I don't know. Coldfire. Never played it. What the heck does Peter Molyneux have to do with that? I mean, all that Peter Molyneux is he's an ambitious designer with no PR team behind him, telling him what to not say. That's literally all he is. There's nothing super crazy or weird about Peter Molyneux. He's just Peter Molyneux has a lot in common with No Man's Sky in that he's just kind of an unchecked designer who likes to talk. I think people give him kind of a hard time for that. Okay, I need more charcoal. It was the exact same situation as No Man's Sky for Peter Molyneux. I don't think it's got anything to do about not being grandiose. It's all about being intelligent about your marketing. People give Peter Molyneux a really hard time, but Peter Molyneux is someone who is genuinely excited about the games he works on, and he overpromises. Very, 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 very similar story to No Man's Sky. But here's the difference between No Man's Sky and where he overpromises, right? Ultimate? No Man's Sky is an independently owned 20-person team that literally just like boarded up their windows and doors and went man mode and worked on that game for 2 years. And then people eventually went, oh, it's good. Whereas Peter Molyneux worked for AAA publishers where they did a really shitty job reeling him in and letting him just kind of say whatever, that's on the publishers, also on him, but mostly on the publisher at that point. And the publisher allowed him to do that and say that, and then they don't give him the budget to fix it afterwards. So I don't know. I have a hard, like, I was burned by Peter Molyneux too. You know, I was burned on Goddess. But I have a really hard time hating on Peter Molyneux the way a lot of people do. Like, I look back on the super ambitious games that he made back in the day, and I think that the importance of those games, like the importance of games like Black and White and Populous and Magic Carpet and all of those games that he willed into existence back in the day, I think the importance of those games kind of outweigh the mistakes and dumb shit that he said. But that's just my take. I'm not certain that that's the right take, but that's just my take. I think that he did far more good for the industry and far more important things for the industry. Like, for every single time Peter Molyneux overpromised, if somebody just gave him $1 billion, maybe not $1 billion, if somebody just gave him $500 million and just said, go make the game of your dreams, I'm sure he would have. Yeah, but we're not memeing hating him, right? Like, I'm all for hating on Peter Molyneux as a meme, but I'm discussing the statement that Ultimate made of, I think Peter Molyneux is part of the reason why people are cautious about being too grandiose about their games. I don't think that's true. I mean, to give you an idea, we all love Tarn Adams, right? What does Tarn Adams do? He's just a developer with a lot of time. He's got a lot of time and a patient audience. And he keeps promising things. How different is that really from Star Citizen or Peter Molyneux, No Man's Sky? How different is it from any of those things? The difference is we wait. Because we know he'll do it eventually. Right? The difference between us and a AAA audience is they don't have that level of patience. They don't realize that, oh, if we wait for 3 more years and let them delay it, if we wait, it'll get done. We have that trust, but that's very, very rare, right? That's very rare. You know, like I was seeing some comments in a stream I was watching the other night about Cyberpunk. And someone was memeing on hating on Cyberpunk and whatnot, because like news came out that they refunded something like 36,000 copies or something, which is like nothing. Barely even made a dent. But no, I'm talking purely in the figurehead overpromising way. I'm not talking about funding model. I'm not talking about marketing. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm purely talking about figurehead spouting out promises. That's all I'm talking about, Cutest. It's the one thing that they have in common. They were talking about CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk. And they're saying, yeah, well, it's a meme to hate on Cyberpunk right now, and everybody hates Cyberpunk right now. But Cyberpunk's going to be brilliant in 5 years, and people are going to 100% love that game in 5 years. And other people were like, why? And they're like, because they're going to spend the next 5 years fixing it, and we're going to forget all this shit happened because people have like 10-minute memory spans on the internet. So people are going to forget that Cyberpunk was bad. People are going to forget that people didn't like Cyberpunk. People are going to forget about the dumb comments that they made towards minorities and the racist writing in that game. Half of it will get rewritten. And in 2032, it'll be a cult classic that people are like, why did people hate that game? It's great. You know, like that's what's going to happen, because they're one of the few studios that has that kind of working power, and they'll work through it. And I don't necessarily disagree. Not that it will be by X date, but what's really the difference between saying, in this world I am building, you will be able to do this? What is really the difference between saying that and then saying, in this galaxy of 1 billion planets, you will be able to discover endless races? What's the difference between that and, I'm going to build procedural magic, where in this myths and magic generator, it will generate a creation myth for you? What's really the difference? Tarn doesn't give us an exact date, but there really is. It's not that different versus like whatever the fuck his name is, Star Citizen guy, saying, I don't follow space games that closely, but him saying, oh, I'm going to build you a living universe where you can pay for insurance on your ships and fight in a massive MMO world. How is... It's just promises. Like, really? Like, we know that Tarn has completed a lot of things, but so is Peter Molyneux. He just had his funding pulled because he wasn't crowdfunded. Whereas Star Citizen still makes more money every month than most games make. And it's barely a thing that you can play. As long as there's funding, promises will come true eventually. And how is... The difference is if you're in AAA, if your game stops making money, your funding gets pulled and your team gets collapsed. That's the difference. But if you have one developer that needs $2,000 a month to pay for groceries and cover rent and most of the bills, the amount of time you can keep at it is much more impressive. Tarn's also a simple human. You can see how much is in front of him, and people are sometimes forgetting that it's people who make games, not companies. Oh, totally. Yeah, we agree then. Cutest. We completely agree. You know, it's a meme to hate on Peter Molyneux, but if you gave Peter Molyneux an unlimited budget and unlimited time, he'd come out the other end with an incredible thing. Someone who I kind of put on a different level is somebody like Kojima. Like, everybody talks about Kojima overspending and all this stuff. He overspent because they gave him the fucking budget, right? Again, with Metal Gear Solid 5, you can see, like, I haven't played that game, but I've heard enough people talk about it. There is a visible point in that game where it stops. The content stops being good, the writing gets bad, everything just kind of falls apart, it gets sparser and sparser, and then the game just kind of ends with a replayable mode for you to deactivate nukes. There's a point where they stopped paying him, and there's a point where they shut the teams down and said, ship the fucking game, right? And that's just AAA, right? I mean, great for you, Coldfire, but that wasn't the public reception, you know? Like, that wasn't the common remark from most people. I watched 30 seconds of a live stream of No Man's Sky within a day of release, and it made me so motion sick I had to close the stream. So that's my experience with No Man's Sky, is exceptional amounts of motion sickness. How are you doing, El Naso? It's good to see you. So unfortunately, I don't really have a incredibly solid take on my opinions of No Man's Sky due to that issue that I ran into of absurdist amounts of motion sickness. I think we need to start chipping in trees again. So. What, painful on the eyes? It was Battlestar Galactica? I'm sorry. Or are you talking about the Battlestar Galactica video game that came out? As far as I heard, Star Citizen kind of hit its bottom because they haven't had any plan. They were just kind of doing everything at the same time. I don't know about what the current status with Star Citizen is, but what I do know about Star Citizen is there was a point where they had raised, it was like $30 million, not $30,000. It was like $30 million, and they put up a poll on their site where they said, do you want to keep paying us to keep developing a bigger thing, or do you want us to just make the single player thing that we have planned and finish that, ship that, and start working on the bigger thing? And everybody said start working on the bigger thing and continued funding them. I kind of wish that they'd said no and just made the thing. I really wish that they just said no and made the thing, because I would really like to see what that thing would have been. That being said, the irony with Star Citizen is they will lose money when they ship the game. That's the ironic and weird thing about Star Citizen that is happening right now, that they've realized that is the thing that is going to be studied in the future, I think, is that they are going to lose a lot of money the second they ship their video game. See, most video games, you don't make money. You lose money. You shed money. You ship money onto the floor until you put up pre-orders, and then you make a little bit of money. And then if you have a successful pre-order campaign, then you make a lot of money. And then you get up to the release date and then you make a buttload of money and then you support the game, right? The weird thing about Star Citizen is they're constantly getting money. So they're going to release their game and then money's going to stop because suddenly the game is done. And all of the things that people are buying is the concept of the game, right? People are paying for concept art for ships that aren't done yet, and land in the game, and all of these mechanics that they haven't built yet, and ideas and designs and worlds and things that they haven't done yet. But what are they going to do? Like, make it a subscription game? Are they going to make it a, like, pay-to-play game? Like, they don't actually, from what I can tell, have like, they're going to stop, they've been saying for a long time that they're going to stop selling ships when the game comes out. You'll have to earn those with in-game monies. You'll be able to pay for insurance on your ships, but that's a different thing. But, like, their main source of income is going to go away when they release their fucking video game, which is insane. Which is why, like, Star Citizen will never come out, but properly. They will have that thing in perpetual development, selling that, turning that ship crank for a very long time, I think, until the whales finally run out. I actually got into this. You know how sometimes I'll get into arguments with viewers that I disagree with? Coldfire, I'm looking at you. I got into a very heated argument with somebody once when I was streaming Elite Dangerous about Star Citizen. And the argument kind of ended with the person blocking me. But also, before the argument ended, he admitted that he'd spent $75,000 on Star Citizen ships. So, you know, I don't know how much video games are worth to you guys, but the most money I've ever spent on a video game is probably Dwarf Fortress at this point in the $15 a month I chuck at them on Patreon. But up until that point was probably League of Legends, which was about $400. So, what, Star Citizen? Is Star Citizen multiplayer? Yeah, that's the whole point. It's supposed to be a big, expansive MMO with a single-player game that's sold separately but also ties in somehow. Thing. Meanwhile, Elite Dangerous has shipped a playable product, released multiple expansion packs, and is now currently making space legs and vehicles that you can run around on the surface of planets with. Yay, my Marksdwarf is, or a Marksdwarf is killing an owl for me. That's nice. It's probably one of the traders. Or they're just leaving. Or maybe I actually have a Marksdwarf. Maybe it's one of my hunters. There's 100 of gift money at Warframe. Gotcha. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, there are some people who've thrown a lot of money at me over the years, but no one has, I don't know anybody who's thrown close to that amount of money on almost anything except for maybe like a car or a house. And I don't know. My issues with, I guess this all kind of comes back around to, I have more issues with Star Citizen's marketing and business model than literally any other games industry game, because like it's, in my opinion, not ethically acceptable to request that amount of money from a member of your audience, and it doesn't matter how, especially with what they're actually giving in return for that amount of money. Like, to me, that's just completely unacceptable. I don't know if you guys agree with me on that, but I think that that is ridiculous. What was that? One Ballestero. So, I don't know, guys. That was a fucking tangent and a half. I hope you guys enjoyed that. You know, I had somebody comment a couple of weeks ago in the chat just randomly that I should clip out these talks, these like long rambles that I do, and put them up on YouTube separately and title them separately. But I'm like, I don't know, that's too much reprinting of the same content. You should just watch Longdeath if you want to get that shit. You agree, but you don't usually spend a lot of money on games? I mean, most people generally don't spend a lot of money on games. I mean, like, I think $80 is like the most you should spend on a video game. And that's like if you want to play like Near Replicant right now, it's $80 in Canada, right? Or, like that's in my opinion, like maybe the most you should be spending on a game. But I don't know. Ghost, how are you liking your new job? Blissful, remember dining in advantage. Okay. So, Ghost, you're now discussing conical water clocks as a new scholar, and at 30 years old, you have become a scholar, and you dream of raising a family. You're not doing a very good job of that, so go get married, please. I mean, you want to know what my take on Beyond Good and Evil 2 is? Is that game looks Ghost. Goats has been dead for a while. Beyond Good and Evil 2 looks kind of fun, but I think it's an absolute fucking crime that they're like, hey, just send us your artwork and we'll put it into the video game. It's like the equivalent of saying, I'll pay you an exposure. Gross. I was like passively interested in that game until they did that shit, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Go on, Coldfire. That really dampened your spirits? What, just now or back when they said it? Because I'm sorry if I just killed a video game for you. I'll have you know that I got, oh, when they said it? Okay, phew. I'm glad I didn't ruin something for you. Do you take Dogecoin before exposure? The sad part is I could actually, in theory, pay an artist in Dogecoin. I could pay you in any cryptocurrency, actually. Just have to say which one. Although you might not actually get the amount because of volatility, but... I was gonna say I for a second there I was like, man, I'll have you know I played and finished Beyond Good and Evil 1, and it was the most worth it pack of cheese strings I ever bought. I asked my mom if she could buy that pack of cheese strings specifically in the grocery store, and she said why, and I said because this one comes with a video game. And my mom looked at it, looked at me, looked at the video game, looked back at me, and then looked at the video game and said, it's rated T. And I said yes, and she goes, are you old enough to play a T-rated game? And I want to say I said yes, but I think I was a year too young, technically. I'd need to, like, figure out what year it was. Anyway, she goes, okay, fine. Just bought it. So, yeah, $2. Bag of cheese strings. Came with a copy of Beyond Good and Evil 1. Fucking score. It's good times. Good video game. Best bag of cheese strings I ever got. Chad, have you ever gotten like a surprisingly good video game from a source that you did not expect to give you a surprisingly good video game? I know that's a very roundabout way of asking. Did you ever get a game in a bag of cheese strings, or like, did you ever play Chex Quest or something? So those are just such weird things that exist for no reason. Although, speaking of weird fucking things that exist for absolutely no reason. Well, I gotta find this article. Give me a second. Right, it's a Polygon article. Green Hell, a hit game on Steam and Nintendo Switch, is being turned into a board game. I don't know how that's going to work, but cool. Chex Quest was the cereal box game that a lot of people played. I mean, I've heard really good things about Green Hell for people who like those types of games. Like, I've heard, like, nothing but good things about Green Hell, but it's very weird. Like, that's not a connection I make in my brain particularly quickly. It's like, oh, Green Hell, board game. Yes. What? It's just, it feels off to me. Like, like that's just not something I expected to see this morning in my email when I woke up. But then again, I could see something like Unreal World being made into a board game. You know, like, but then again, that's like a roguelike style game, right? Where it's top down, it's grid based, it's turn based. It's like if someone was like, "Oh, we're making a Caves of Cud board game," I'd be like, "Yes, that makes sense," right? That makes perfect sense. I totally get it. Like, yeah, I could imagine how you could do that very easily. And like transition like those style of pieces into a board game. Like I could see that. So it's probably gonna be something like that, but like, I mean, I guess they made a Dark Souls board game, so what the fuck do I know? But that's an odd one to me. That's an odd one. Okay, at risk of angering the elves, that's gonna be the last of the trees we hack down this year. And I need to start importing wood again, I think. We're into late autumn. I think we'll spend winter above ground or up in the tavern. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. What you watch? Diamond? You've missed at least 3.5 TED Talks. Harry Potter 2. Why would you do that to yourself? Actually, serious question. Does that movie age decently or nah? Shit question? How's that a shit? What do you mean by shit question? Does it age well? Just curious. We may never know. Well, I mean, I'm just asking for a response, but I wanted to know if you enjoy a movie. It's not that hard of a question. But, you know. Why did you just use a wheelbarrow to deliver a log on a stockpile that requires no wheelbarrows? I'm so confused. Oh, I see. Shit question is what you meant, not shit question. All the things you didn't see the first time seeing the movie. I think to me it would just make me feel really old because Daniel Radcliffe in that movie is a child. Like I think that's the reality for me. Is just it would just make me feel old. But good investments, Cold Fire LNA, so in stone. Well done, friends. Well done. Big time Tiny Harry, right? Babby Harry. Yeah. Also, I like the sentence big time small Harry. It's massive little guy. Also, is anybody here interested in Total War Rome Remastered at all? You bet, Stone. You bet. Because I really really, 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 really liked old school Rome Total War. OG Rome Total War is a fucking brilliant game. Kind of curious, so I'm like, because I just saw wind of something, but I just received word that a new battle royale game has released, and it has drops. So I was just opening up Twitch to see if it has 10 bajillion people watching, and it kind of does. Well, maybe not that many people watching. It has 119,000 people watching. It's not standing up to that Grand Theft Auto with 720,000 people watching. It's ridiculous how big Twitch is these days. 120,000. Like 4 years ago, like 120,000 viewers was like insane. It's like, oh my god, League of Legends has 200,000 people watching. It's like Grand Theft Auto just fucking casually at almost 800,000. It's like fucking wild. I can't even, like, those guys get more views in 5 minutes than I do in a day. Or then those dudes get more views in 5 minutes than I do get in a month. It's insane. It's insane the size that some people get to. What, in Grand Theft Auto? It's not really that. It's mostly GTA RP stuff. It's more like people like watching personalities that they enjoy poorly act or well act in some cases in like a unscripted sitcom, which is basically what GTA RP is. It's like an unscripted like TV show. You headed to bed, Ghost? We'll see you later. Hopefully we see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out as usual. But yeah, no, I mean, that's what that stuff really is it's just a... Actually, we're into winter. Maybe I will... This when GTA 5 first came out? I mean, we all knew it was going to be the biggest game in the world, and it was in its own way, and it still is in its own way. What's a Kawak? What's a Kawak? What is that? I know a lot of people playing GTA Online to race cars around Skytrax. I mean, yeah, that stuff's fun, but that's not what people are watching. I mean, some people are watching that probably, but that's not what, like, the majority of the 700,000 people watching that are watching right now. Right now, they're watching Spanish people play on RP servers. So I think I'm going to put brakes on the glass production, and we are going to do cloth. We're going to make clothing. Because I didn't do this last time. Nope, that's 3, not 30. Oh, are you? I don't know. I've probably watched 30 minutes of GTRP in my life. I know some of the people who do stuff on NoPixel. I know them through conventions. Like, for example, I know Spaceboy pretty well. And a handful of other people. But it's not the kind of content I really enjoy watching. I understand the appeal, but I think it's one of those situations where it's like, I look at it and I go, man, I get why people like this. I don't really like watching it. And that right there is why I will never be a super wealthy, famous streamer, because I'm too busy over here saying things like, never describe chickens without supervision. Flags are popping loud fireworks despite porn crumpets being kosher. Heat makes fire. Wizards stomp. Apples. Please add some more words to the add a word story before I read that next time, because you guys added 1 word. I don't have much to read that time. So I had to go back and reread old stuff. But yeah, no, I'm over here playing, you know, nonsensical games nobody's heard of. You miss Edna? Sure. I mean, then just go watch more fucking Kit Boga. I miss the days when Kit Boga used to host me. You know, that's like, this is one of these, like, man, Twitch is so big now feelings, but like, I used to get rated like 2 to 3 times a week by Kit. True story. Because he really liked watching RimWorld, and I streamed a lot of RimWorld back then. And like 2 to 3 times a week, I would just get a raid from Kit Boga. Granted, back in those days, he was getting like 150 viewers on a good day, so he was a lot smaller. Then there was one day where he dropped, it was like 15,000 people on me, and that was the last time it happened. It was before I got partnered, long time ago. Long time ago. In the wee old days, before he was a super duper massive megastar. You know, one thing that I never want to do, if I do ever end up becoming bigger or famous in the Twitchosphere, I still want to help the little guy. I've met so many people over the years through Twitch who are around the same size as me or smaller, do a better job networking or a different kind of effort networking, get into an in-group with good people and blow up and get really big, and then they immediately stop talking to me. I never want to be that guy. I never want that to happen. Well, Katsu's a little stressed. Why are you stressed? Self-PF pretty after being able to practice martial arts. So you also want to practice martial art. Put you into the Eternal Hammer. Let you go train. You know, like I've had some people that I host recently like reach out and say, you know, like, thanks for the really big hosts and whatnot. And I'm always just sad that I can't give bigger hosts. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I guess I can drop 40 people on you and your chat will move for a couple of minutes, but like, I can't really, you know, do the not life-changing, but like career-changing raids that some people can. It's like one of the reasons I've got a lot of respect for Tim the Tatman, who's a really big streamer on this site, is he frequently raids channels with like 5 people watching. So he'll just have like 30, 40,000 people watching just casually, or like 50,000 on a good day. And he'll just be like, okay, we're going to raid this guy from my community. He's like, he's one of my subscribers. This guy that hangs out on my Discord a lot. He's got 3 people watching. Boom. Just fucking 50,000 people in your chat. Have fun. Like he just does that shit all the time. And that's where I want to get to. Did you just take an artifact weapon? What did you just go pick up? I'm not sure. I went and picked something up. That's something I want to be able to do if I ever become that big or famous, which won't happen, so I don't need to worry about it. I do need more coffee, though. I'm worrying about that. The problem is it can go bad, Aqua, and it's the reason a lot of bigger channels don't raid people or host people, is because it can go bad. It can go bad, and in the times when it's gone bad in Twitch history, it ends people's careers on both ends. But the result is a lot of streamers just don't do it at all. I lost a screw yesterday when I was unbolting my other computer, and I just found it, so. Well, it's not even that. Like, you literally just need one shitty person. That's all that you need is one shitty person. One shitty person. One shitty person. Can't think of a reason why it would go bad. People get swatted, maybe small channel that, like, basically, you, as the streamer, it requires a lot of effort because you need to vet the channel first. You need to know that they have their shit locked down, right? Like, if 50,000 people pile into a channel with 3 people watching, does that channel have a public Facebook account with their address on it? Does that channel have everything set up to be locked down? Does that person have a PayPal with their real name attached to it? Does that person have things that's going to leak all of their information? Does that person have, like, does that person have, a non-easily mutable command or alerts with cheap cost for bits? Is somebody just going to go spam the N-word into bits and get them banned? Like, that sort of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Or not even a TTS open to anyone, but a TTS that's cheap. Like, I've seen channels with text-to-speech that's like 20 cents, right? I need to hit 2 buttons and I can mute my text-to-speech, right? Like, it's not hard. Like, it's literally, I hit a button on my keyboard and my alerts are muted. Or I click a thing and hit a button and then my alerts are muted. And they're all canceled and just immediately. But like, not all channels have that set up, right? And you have to set that up or know where the settings are. And so it's very easy for that sort of thing to go bad for both the person doing the raiding and the person getting the raid. So a lot of big channels just don't, right? And, you know, it's kind of the thing that a lot of people talk about, especially when they're talking about things like the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress. For me specifically, is like, oh, well, you know, there will be all the big channels and they'll all raid you. It's like, well, that's not true. No, they won't. What are you talking about? They definitely won't do that, because I know they won't. Because that. And it's literally, people ruin fun stuff for everybody. Back in the day on Twitch, we used to have this thing called midstream raids, which, believe it or not, is a reportable and bannable offense now. You could lose Twitch partner for doing it. But I do it sometimes. And literally all the midstream raid is when big streamer, let's say somebody with 1,000 people watching, right, links a channel in their chat and says, go in there and post an emote. That is a bannable offense on Twitch. So if I give you guys a link to, I don't know, what Jess from my stream team and say, go in there and post, hey guys, that is a reason that I could get reported for that and banned from the site for 24 hours for doing that, because that is considered potential opportunity for harassment. So that used to be the commonplace culture on Twitch. Midstream raids and like random like doggo bombs would happen all the time. Doggo bomb is when everybody would just randomly pop into a channel and post FFZ. Like Franker Z. This guy. So you'd just be like, it happened to me a couple of times too when I was like just getting started. I had like 1 or 2 people watching. I'd just be chilling and suddenly 1,000 Franker Z's would pop up and they'd all be gone in a couple of seconds. I'd get no follows and nothing would happen. I'd be like, what the fuck was that? And it's literally just somebody with 1,000 people watching that's like, go post Franker Z here, right? And that was like part of Twitch culture back in the day, but it all got removed for the exact same reason. You know, and that's why we have the official raids, because up until Twitch added the /raid command, raiding was a bannable offense. You could get banned from the site for raiding other streams because it was considered an opportunity for harassment. Nobody reported it because everybody liked it, and so no one ever really got in trouble for it, but it was always there. You weren't allowed to do it. We did it anyway. But this is one of those subjects where I'm clearly boring the ever-living shit out of you because chat's just like completely shut the fuck up. What do you guys want to talk about, guys? That isn't this. I'm just like talking to myself now. Twitch culture is probably better for that change. I could not disagree more, but I lived through those days. Twitch is significantly worse for a lot of the rules that they've put in place over the years. You're just taking it all in. I mean, you are, but like, we had other people that were talking before, and now they've all just shushed ever since I started rambling about GTA. Chat, can we get a round of beers? If you're listening to the stream, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many people are lurking right now. Boop-a-doop. You've only been a lurker for like a year or 2. If you ever start streaming this stuff, you want to know. I mean, A lot of my knowledge is more just like curmudgeonly saying Twitch was better in the old days in a lot of ways, even though Twitch is certainly more stable and like Twitch is a better platform now, but when Twitch was a smaller platform, Twitch had a certain culture which has almost entirely been crushed these days and replaced by Kek W Omega Lol, people wide and people happy, which I do not agree with very much. What language is that? VioViz Soju? Need to look that up. But merely on the scope? To which part? I don't know. I said a lot of things in the last 5 minutes, but that's fine. Like that, like this is more just my opinion on like the status of Twitch culture. It's Korean rice wine. Okay, not beer. Because I'm trying to like add every language that my chat uses for the word beer, just kind of make it a communal thing. But like, it only works if it's the word beer. I do have a wine emote, but I'm not doing the wine thing with the wine emote, and it's red wine, not rice wine. That being said, I do like rice wine. Now I want rice wine. I haven't had rice wine in a while because I haven't thought about rice wine. I should go buy a bottle of rice wine. There's a new specialty liquor store that just opened up recently. What if people start to midstream raid with 1-bit gives? What would Twitch do about that? I mean, probably nothing. I don't know. I doubt that I could convince more than a person to do that, so probably nothing. Which is closer to rice vodka? Nah, I like the flavor of rice wine. Crypt wine, El Naso? I think the biggest change that Twitch has made over the years that I hate the most is the focus on you need to make money on Twitch. I miss the days of when most of the people on Twitch were hobbyists and only a few people were doing it for a living, or they were hobbyists who made decent money off of Twitch, which is what I was for years. I mean, I've definitely had rice wine in Korean restaurants before. There's a Bonga place that has like 5 different types of rice wine. Do I remember what they're called? Absolutely not. Have I had different types of rice wine there? Yes, at different strengths and whatnot. But I definitely do not know the names. I just don't think you frequent the bubbles with the culture you miss. Well, probably, yeah. I mean, my complaints about Twitch's culture are more just, I'm old and Pepe should be shot into the sun. But that's about it. I think Twitch culture has, like, the popular large-scale Twitch culture has shifted in a direction that I don't like because it's more of the it's shifted in the direction of mock the streamer and less of a laugh with the streamer. And back in the days, the streams I watched at the very least was always laugh with the streamer. Now it's laugh at the streamer. And combine that with simp and all that bullshit, it's a lot more hostile than it used to be. And I do not like that at all. I mean, there certainly was hostile streams back in the day, but they were openly hostile. It wasn't like oh, it's just jokes. It was like, no, they're just fucking straight up hostile. And like, yes, that would happen. I saw Depressed Dwarf. Where did you go? Did you go up? Who was it? Where did you go? There you are. It's cannon fodder. Want abstract thinking, practice of martial art. Well, I can't do that. You wonder if that's associated with popular games or the content of the popular streams focus on? I guess some of both. A little bit of both, really. There you go, El Meso. Now you got wine. Now you got nothing to whine about. Or everything to whine about? One of the two. I don't know. I'll say this. I used to find Twitch, or the wider Twitch communities, to be welcoming and interesting. And they are the opposite of that these days. Personally. Depends on the scale of the stream. I'm not even talking about League of Legends. Just talking about generic large-scale variety channels. The one League stream I do watch is actually weirdly wholesome. In its own weird way. What are you doing, Dwarf? Loud and gimmicky? Loud and immature is what I would say. Mm-hmm. No, totally, Jack. That I do agree with. That I do agree with. I will always cry about the loss of the hobbyist streamer, though. Because the way the affiliate program is designed and the way Twitch onboarding is designed is it's designed to turn you into a little machine to print Amazon money and print Twitch money and make no money yourself. I really, 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 really wish that it never went that way. Even though the affiliate program was like the perfect thing for me at the perfect time and probably made it possible for me to end up where I am now, but no, it's very much what about the demand, sure. Immature is for the biggest of streamers. You're talking about the upper middle range, around 1K viewers. Loud and gimmicky? I mean, I know loud and gimmicky channels that have less views than me, but I mean, it's also unfair to say that immature streams are the biggest channels on Twitch because some of the biggest channels on Twitch are wonderful people, so. What, my sadness about the loss of the hobbyist streamer? I mean, this is like something that a lot of people got really fucking pissed at me for a couple of years ago, Jack, is because YouTube used to just have a button, right? YouTube had the make money button, which you could click if you hit, I think it was 100 subscribers and like 10,000 views on your channel. It was a very small number. It was a make money button. You click it, you sign up for an AdSense account, and you're making money. It was that easy. It was literally that simple. You click a button and you make an AdSense account and you're making money. And then they took that away. I don't know if I want to talk over voice chat right now. I'd want to prep if I were to do something like that. But and then then YouTube took that away. They had this system where you could sign up and just start making money right away. And I remember when it went away, and it pissed a lot of people off. I was kind of one of them initially, but I very quickly turned against that and changed my mind and decided, nah, actually that's fair. And at the time I was making maybe 3 cents a month, 30 cents on a good month. And they kept that system for a couple of years, and then they got rid of it because there was this problem. The problem was pretty simple. There wasn't enough ads for the big channels because bajillions of little channels were making absolutely no money but taking all the ad revenue. On YouTube, specifically. Then they got rid of it. and changed it so that you needed, I think it was 1,000 subscribers and it's like 4,000 watch hours, which is kind of a lot. And then you need to be approved, which takes like 6 months. And then you can start making money on YouTube. The result is we now have channels that are fully supported on Patreon and doing good work that doesn't give a fuck about the algorithm. And those channels didn't exist as much previously because people start off as hobbyists and they build up a really small, dedicated audience. It's so much fucking harder to make money that way, but the result is so much better. And so right now what you have on Twitch, if you just go to Fortnite and scroll down to the 1 viewer count, every single motherfucker out there has a nice ass mic. Every single motherfucker out there has an overlay that they bought from Nerd or Die that looks super fancy and animated. Everybody has emotes, and no one has anybody watching because nobody gives a shit. And no one's making any money. And it hurts me inside. It was the perfect thing for me at the time. Like literally, I was part of a demographic of people that profited extremely well from the affiliate program. And I still feel that way. I had concerns at the time, but at the time it was very much a fuck it situation because I was in the perfect fucking situation for that. I think I remember saying this at the time, but I was also like, younger and less mature. But at the time, literally it was a perfect time for me and all of the people who got it around the same time as me that are still streaming today. It was the perfect thing at that point. But now that we have, this was before the achievement system on Twitch. This was, the affiliate program initially was just bits. It wasn't even subs, right? You were in a bucket of about 20 to 25. What? 20 to 25 streamers or age 20 to 25? But, how many people who got into the affiliate program that first month still stream? But, I look at people like my cousin, right? My cousin streams now. He plays Factorio. He plays Satisfactory. And he plays some retro stuff. And he does pretty well. He gets 5 to 10 people watching. I think he has 4 subscribers. And I see him complaining about numbers and money. All the time. And it's you're already complaining? I think he's starting to figure it out now. But at least initially, constantly. Sub goals, bit goals, tip goals. It's dude, you got 60 followers. Chill out for a bit. That's my income to 15 people? No, totally. I need to scroll back up and get caught up on everything that's saying. I'm just rambling. You admit that it was a really harsh thing to say, especially since the population was layoffs finally, but the culture shift and the money was the concern was less results and less existing tools. There was a bucket of 20 to 25 in your eyes out of the 300 to 500 you see. Out of 20 to 25 streamers that you felt the affiliate program would help greatly, and the rest were people who you felt it helped but addressed the problem long term. Mm-hmm. And the new focus on business instead of simply make content. Yep, content before profit. Well, it's profit before content. People think, oh, this is a way I can make some money, and I've felt this way about the affiliate program since roughly 6 months in to the affiliate program. Around the time they added, because initially the affiliate program was just bits, right? I was an affiliate, yeah. Is there a minimum requirement to stay an affiliate? To stay an affiliate, you can just have it forever. Unless you pull your pants down and wave your wiener on the stream or something. Or flash your tits. Otherwise, you're basically good. You can just be an affiliate as long as you want. They don't care. But to get affiliate, you need to be watching your stream. Your mom needs to be watching your stream, and your dog needs to watch your stream. And you need 50 followers, and you can get it. I got my mod Hobo affiliate in like a week for fun because like he wanted some emotes, so we were just like, okay, fuck it. Just like, so I raided him every night for like a week, and we got him affiliate in a month. I liken it to saying making art or writing or playing music is a way you can make money. Totally. Absolutely. But like every now and again, people ask me for advice on streaming and shit. And it's fucking hilarious to me because my response is always just treat it like a hobby. If you treat it like a job, you'll burn out and you won't be here in 6 months. If you treat it like a hobby, you'll be here in 6 months. There's a list of questions you ask that help more than anything I say. Do you want to be a streamer or a content creator? No matter what I say, why is there a difference? Yeah, well, I don't refer to myself as a streamer these days, really, or a content creator these days, really. I'm an entertainer. I'm an entertainer and a pundit. Streaming just happens to be my medium. I'm here because it's the best place for the stuff that I do. And the wiener is just a hot dog. Is that okay? I mean, you could try that. I'm not going to try that. Then again, somebody should probably try that. Someone should do I'm going to walk into a middle of an open room on camera and just like pull the snap pants off and just have like a hot dog wiener and like tights on underneath it. Someone should do that. Someone should do that. I'm not going to do it, but someone should. There's a really shiny purple soapbox somewhere you can enjoy. Yeah, well. I need to make ballista arrows. I don't know, like Jack, you've been around Twitch for a while now. What percentage of people that you knew who streamed in, like, not even that long ago, 2015, still stream now? Because, like, most of the people I know now who stream started in, like, 2017. I mean, chocolate starfish and hot dog flavored water. Because I think it's, like, maybe 10% of the people that I knew who streamed back in the day still stream. It's very low. Or stream with any relevance. Like, there's definitely people who still stream who, like, are just hobbyists now that have a very small audience left. Like, the actual retention on people who stream on Twitch is so goddamn low. Also, what we're doing right now is I'm literally bringing wood in from clearing out my my unicorn paddock because it was getting too full of trees, and they were having a hard time eating because like a third of the tile had trees on them. So hacked down a bunch of trees and we're hauling all of the logs in. So that's what the dwarves are doing, which is why I can just sit here and ramble. I'm just waiting for this task to get done. Talking too much would burn you out in general. The first year, this is the thing that a lot of people don't know, is the first year I streamed for maybe an hour and a half a day. I streamed daily, but I streamed for maybe an hour and a half because that's about how long I could talk before I got tired. Now I've been doing this for 8 years almost, and I got a bit of practice. A very weird thing happened recently, which was a hobbyist stream who I watched in like 2014, 2015-ish, randomly turned her stream on and started streaming for the first time in like 6+ years. And like the whole old community came back and it was like 30 people watching. About 40% of those who were on the podcast. It's actually up towards 78% as of April last year. Oh, really? Since you started 12 years ago, maybe 30 or so. I'd be really curious about long-term retention on Twitch, stuff like that. Stone, are you still lurking? Because it's springtime. Yeah, I mean, the bullshit drama in June of last year made me do one thing, And this is something that you might understand more than most people. Like I talk about this from time to time. It made me go, I don't pay attention to Twitch anymore. I used to. We didn't lose any proper dwarves. I don't think we lost any dwarves, actually. Whew. But a human from Basti Just Mac has arrived. You don't do the talk shows anymore? I mean, that's unfortunate. But because I miss those, man. Have you seen the interviews I do, Jack? I don't know if you've seen those, but I'm going to link a thing. But you have? Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's a weird. June of last year made me just go from not being like happy-go-lucky and willing to hang out with everybody and whatnot, but like it made me go from enjoying Twitch as a community and a platform with people on it to just kind of going to yeah, I don't give a fuck about anybody anymore. Do not care. Oh no, go do what you got to do. Go deal with the dog. And we'll see you later, Aqua. Cheers, man. Thanks for hanging out. But yeah, I'm basically, yeah, I need, someone needs to buy me a hot tub so I can do those hallowed hot tub streams. Raw clear glass. Hot damn, look at that. One short white stork leather shirt. Skirt, not shirt. It's a short skirt. I want a girl with a short skirt and a long stork. The issue is finding a core. I mean, I'm not going to say I'd show up, but depends on what day of the week it is. Yeah, it's a fucky thing these days. The problem that I have now is I just don't trust anybody anymore. For those of you who don't know, in June of last year, there was a huge Me Too thing that happened on Twitch. So that's kind of the nature of the stuff that I'm referring to. But it's like, budget VTuber in a hot tub? No. To be totally clear, I'm not actually going to do a hot tub stream, but Freskins was memeing about me doing hot tub streams last week, and I said, buy me a hot tub and I'll consider it. I don't have anywhere to put a fucking hot tub in my apartment, so please don't buy me a hot tub. But, like, you know. It'd just genuinely be for a good talk. I mean, I'd show up if I got invited to a thing. I'll say that. How's this dwarf doing? Cannon fodder. Hang in there, buddy. How old are you, cannon fodder? 140 years old. Got like a good 10 years left. Hot tub for the ducks. Yeah, it's man, Twitch really wants people to collaborate on shit, but Twitch really hates when people collaborate on shit, hence why we have no proper multi-view or multi-stream viewer and no real way to actually watch multiple streams at a time without like fucking up your window. And multi-streams just only give one person stats, which sucks. Watch him have to install it on stream. You get to figure out where I live to ship me the hot tub first, Alexander. Although maybe I shouldn't challenge you on that one. Howdy, Gay Nerd. What's up? Get a big bowl and put the ducks into it. Just put the ducks into a pot of boiling water. Done. I could do it on the stove. Man, I should do a 24/7 hot like rubber ducky hot tub stream. That's what I should do. Someone do that. I'm not going to, but someone do that. Just point a camera at a pot on the stove with a rubber duck in it. Done. $1 billion. Easy money. Then raid me. That's my only demand. Have a hot tub and put it along the bottom of your camera and meme it hard? Nah. I don't know. Shit's distracting, man. Oh yeah, you have to pour some water and you have to pour it directly on the duck every once in a while, yeah. Has a dono goal for a hot tub stream, and the plan is to stream from a hot tub while wearing multiple layers of clothing. Just like in like pajamas, jeans, hoodie, wetsuit, you know, and then just like slowly strip while in the hot tub, and you just always have more clothing on, and then by the end of it, you're just like in a normal bathing suit, and then you end the stream. There you go. It's like wear 200 t-shirts, and for $10 you'll remove a t-shirt. I don't know. I hate this shit. And this is why I complain about the Twitch community these days. When I complain about the Twitch community, it's more the streamers and almost less the audience. Like I was talking about this the other day where I genuinely think it's disgusting that people are peddling softcore pornography to underage viewers and treating it like normal and joking about it. Like I genuinely think that's disgusting because that's kind of what it is you're like a softcore porn peddler and you're advertising it to young kids. And if I'm the only person in the world that thinks that that's fucked up, then I don't know what the hell's wrong with the rest of the world, but that's messed up. The guy was asked if he'd ever get a sub counter. Wait, what? That would totally do the bad Photoshop thing. What? Just like Photoshop themselves into a hot tub and like, or like green screen themselves into a fake hot tub. There's many ways you could do that very easily. What is new? Any dust batters attack? What? Oh, where chinchillers? So wait, are you asking like for beginner tips? I'm a little bit confused with the question. It's such a roundabout. What do you mean by you're having a hard time making fort work? Are you having a hard time just running the game? Is the game crashing? Are you asking like beginner tips? Like what's the question? You like it on Twitch because it has a limit and it doesn't exist for your kids. But then explain those screenshots of Amaranth sending out like 2 emails a day linking to her OnlyFans. Is that a limit? Is that a limit? I don't know. I'm not a parent, so. Bad. Okay. I mean that's fair. It's a hard thing to type in. You didn't ask for tips. You have the wiki. You're just asking how my fort is doing. Oh, if any attacks have happened. This fort's going just fine. It's pretty chill. I mean, it's Longdeath, right? So we're trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years. The problem with Longdeath is we are starting to run into issues where dwarves aren't making babies, and I'm a little worried the population's going to die out. Outside of that, we're doing okay. It's just a little bit of managing business and moods. We're starting to build a glass cylindrical tower, which will eventually go all the way up here to the tavern, and then eventually you get it, all the way down. So that's what we are getting started on. I crushed a dwarf accidentally with a wall piece yesterday, and I feel really bad about it. So, slow going. That's the fort. It's just a strangely worded question. I know when were creatures are in the world because the game lags noticeably every single time we hit the full moon, and the game hasn't been lagging when we hit a full moon in a long time. So I don't think we've had a were creature in the world for a very long time. So I'm not too worried. And force them to move into the fort. That's not how the game works. There is no conversion mechanics or anything. I can request merchants, but that's about it. The big syringe is under construction. We're going to fuck the planet, as probably some supervillain in an Austin Powers show would say. How are the frames? Totally playable. No issues. The only time the frame rate gets fucky is when humans are trading and buzzards are flying around in the sky. When I have like 200 trading humans hanging out and a bunch of buzzards pathing around and trying to dive bomb things, then yeah, frames get a little fucky. But outside of that, it's totally fine. Perfectly playable. Very little issues. He did die too young, Numberbox. You are correct. Well, Alexander, do you understand the whole goal of this fortress? The entire goal of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years, right? So what good is causing chaos and violence to a fortress like this? The whole point of this fortress is to last as long as possible, not stir up excitement. We are trading with every single faction on the planet, except for the other dwarven faction who we are at peace with. And the goblins are rather far away and probably don't know that we're here. And when they are fighting, they're generally fighting with AI factions, and I don't meddle with them. So we are purposefully avoiding all conflicts as much as possible to preserve my dwarves and keep the fortress alive for 1,000 years. I mean, we are currently... we did the math earlier today, roughly 600 hours into this fort, and we're on year 224, meaning we are 219 years into this fortress. So, I mean, I've had people come into the channel and tell me that I'm playing the game wrong. So it's hard to tell if it's comedy unless you're putting like kappas and stuff. So if it's comedy, make it obvious that it's comedy. Reading comedy out of words is very difficult. Especially considering that goes against the entire goal of this fortress, right? I'm so sorry, Gate Nerd. I'm so sorry. So when I reach 1,000 years, then can we burn the world? Probably what I'll do when I reach 1,000 years is I'll make a hard save, and then if I have some fun that I can attack, we'll attack something. Or, I mean, the last 10 years are probably going to be kind of wild. In 2 years real time when we hit the last 10 years of this game, if I make it that far, it's going to get a little nuts. I have plans. I'm just gonna say that. I have ideas. But it's going to take a lot of prep. Circus? No, the circus will be beaten by then. If we make it to 1,000 years, I will have killed the circus by that point. Trust me. I will have killed the circus by that point. News about Longdeath on CNN. If I ever end up on CNN... I don't know. I think I'd be less impressed by that than me being in my local newspaper. And I've already been in my local newspaper, so. Get to a publisher meeting soon for the definitely not Metal Gear game. For, is it, yeah, for this game right here, which has a demo, which Jack Lafear in chat definitely does community stuff for. So you should, I don't know, download the demo, give it a try. It's got a naughty word in a screenshot. He says fuck, meaning it's a game for grown-ups. Though seriously though, this looks cool. Oh really? I knew you did community management for an Epic, but I was unaware that you were doing design work. I read that as Jesse Cox initially, and I was like, what? Anyway, yeah, that. Go wishlist and download demos and shenanigans. Well, shit, you're sold. I mean, one of our favorite games, Jupiter Hell, has a bad word slider, so we like bad words here. Ah, fuck. Although, seriously, the bad word slider has, like, a benefit, too. Because if you slide it all the way up, it's great for mature audiences. But if you slide it all the way down, then kids can play it. Ballista arrows, tool. Glad my ramblings are mildly curious. I don't know. Depends on how much time you have, Alex. I genuinely do not know. I don't even know if it's possible. I mean, I've put 600 hours into this save so far, and we're a quarter of the way done. GTA with a player maturity slider. Kind of. Which is why, like, when people are just like, go attack more things, and I'm like, there was one person who was Sethados on Arch Crystal. He got it to 500 years, and it took him 6 years. But that's a normal human being who doesn't, you know, stream full time and plays on weekends and takes breaks. Like normal people should from video games. Oh, I have a backup, Gate Nerd, because I have a vampire. I have a tied up vampire. And if shit gets real bad and I get down to like 1 or 2 dwarves, you bet your ass I'm turning those dwarves into vampires. I mean, he's permanently berserk, but I haven't let him out for a reason. He's permanently berserk and he lives here. In this room. But he's chained up, so I could deconstruct the bed from underneath him, move all the furniture out, and put a spike underneath him, and probably spike him. Ish. Whitcode, assuming the game runs at the same pace that it has been. The first 150 years were faster than the second 150 years. Whitcode. I mean, there are certain things that I'm planning on doing to make a lot of time pass in a short period of time. I'm planning on doing a Longdeath-a-thon at some point in the summer, which will probably just be like 30 days without breaks of Longdeath, because I only stream 2 days or 5 days a week right now, right? But like, I'm kind of playing. I haven't decided what month I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it at some point, which will either be 14 or 30. I haven't decided yet. Probably 14. Where I'll do a Longdeath-a-thon, where I'll just play Longdeath every day of the week for 14 days. But, you know, we kind of need to get to that point first. But yeah, I could automate this fortress to be able to do that, Elder, so I don't know if I would personally be willing to do that, because I would consider that to be kind of cheating, but, because I want the whole thing to be live streamed and recorded, right? 56 is the population cap, but we've been at about 30 dwarves for about 100 years. But a fortress can never live for 1,000. I mean, people already say that forts can't live for 20. Like, there are people out there who swear by the fact and are convinced of the fact that it is impossible to keep a fortress alive in Dwarf Fortress for longer than like 20 years before the game just falls apart due to frame rate problems. I beg to differ. What, to keep a fortress running 24/7, LASO? I seem to recall you talking about that. I had one person in chat around the beginning of this challenge where he was just like, I'm looking for something to do in Dwarf Fortress, and I was like, do this. And he goes, easy. Make a dwarf into a vampire in adventure mode, kill all the dwarves in your fortress, reclaim the fortress with the vampire from adventure mode, and then just lock them in a wall and wait for the original 7 to die. And I was like, that's no fun. What the fuck? Because a lot of people are really bad at Dwarf Fortress. Axon. You have a good night, Animal. Thanks for the $15 again last night. Cheers, man. You normally do the 125 to 200 range. I really like high cap fortresses, but I think kind of the best way to do it is to do it like in a staggered format. So like the first 5 years have like 50 dwarves. After that, have like 80 to 100. After that, maybe 15 years, you crank it up to 200 and then let the gates open, because it gives you enough time to build a very satisfying narrative for the dwarves in your fort and get like some ground bricks laid. Um, and it ends with a much more satisfying overall story than the base beginning. FPS will soar like an eagle. Oh, absolutely. Oh, so. You find it really difficult to focus on the story aspect of the game, so that might help. I think that the problem is the way that Dwarf Fortress is set up by default, which is just the default settings. It's not the right or only way to play or anything. The way Dwarf Fortress is set up by default is really hard on a lot of computer systems and is really difficult for a lot of people to manage and slow down and follow. And it is for me too. 200 dwarves is very difficult to follow plotline wise, but 30 dwarves, perfectly reasonable. 70 dwarves even is pretty reasonable. Or you could use Longdeath as a CPU benchmark. Not yet. Not yet. But I mean, yeah, it's a single core benchmark. I mean, if you want to use Dwarf Fortress as a benchmark, you got to use world generation. Long history, large world generation. That's a pretty good. I mean, Dwarf Fortress technically runs on 2 cores, but yeah, there is a site that uses Dwarf Fortress World Generation for single core benchmarking. I can think of one, but I will just simply say this. Just listen to what Tarn has to say about multi-threading and listen to what Tarn has to say about performance and realize that the game's performance does improve with literally every patch. Now that's a site I don't know, Aaron, but fair enough. There's a few who do. Graphics and UI run on another core, El Neso. That's why when you're playing the game and suddenly everything grinds to a halt and then you just pop open this menu and this menu runs just fine with no issues, it's because it's running on a different core. So like the game itself will be running super slowly and then you'll go and pop through these screens and it's no issue. Because it's technically running on 2 cores. Your tile set and the UI is on a different core. Or something while you're traveling. What, like it doesn't run well on the laptop? Is that the issue? Or is it like saves erroring out? Because there's assuming they're the same version of the game, they should work, but yeah, they'll run slowly because laptops are not as powerful as a desktop. Well, I mean, that's like saying like I was playing Call of Duty on my desktop and then I installed it on my laptop and it ran worse. It's like, well, duh. Like the world's individual contest wrestling victories. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know if that's necessarily like a legitimate complaint. Because of course it's going to run worse. It's a laptop. There is a piece of software called DF Remote, which ties into a local installation of DF from a remote location and lets you control DF remotely from a distance. So you could be like playing Dwarf Fortress on your laptop, running on your desktop at home or on a server in another location. So if you had an internet connection that was stable, you could do that, but I don't know if I'd recommend that. It just like transfers the graphics to you and the UI, but the actual processing is being done on a separate computer. Fan project that's been around for a while. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. No, that's what DwarfNet's for, but even then you don't really want to do that. I mean, I played Dwarf Fortress on DwarfNet with 2 friends and a friend who was running it on a Raspberry Pi. So we were running off of a Raspberry Pi server, but then we tried again on his computer and the frame rate was about the same. So it's not exactly the best performance. Okay. This dwarf seems to be recovering a little bit from the sparring sessions. Come on, Katsu. Cheer up, dwarf. Also, I think Stone, we're going to give you a bit of a promotion here. Because the Eternal Guard doesn't currently have a militia captain. And they are the ace squad. So I'm putting Stone into the Eternal Guard, the militia captain. So Stone has been upgraded from just a spear dwarf in the secondary squad to being captain of the main squad. Basically, if you're running DF on an older computer, like a crappier computer, you kind of need to set the game up accordingly. On Semperoon, the performance hog on World Gen during the fort mode is pathfinding. Pathfinding and physics objects, and constructed objects are. So it's a combination of pathfinding, constructed objects, and independent AIs, right? So if you have like 200 dogs in your basement, that's going to impact your frame rate. So if you have 3 dogs in your basement, that's a hell of a lot better. A lot of people that complain about Dwarf Fortress performance have a shit ton of animals for no reason. So just kill your animals, eat them, like this. Doesn't matter if they're cute, eat them. Your frame rate will thank you. Trade away items you don't need, get rid of stuff you don't want, and kill the buzzards. There's a bleeding buzzard up here, which I'm sending in the kill order on. And now it's gone. There we go. Save the trees, kill the beavers. No, you don't save trees by killing beavers. However, kill the beavers to save the internet. Yes, this is a real news article. Hundreds lose internet service in northern BC after beaver chews through internet cable. Well, chews through cable. Good old beaver. Doing hard work. Oh, also, heads up, chat, but I have to make a video after stream. But I have to make a video after stream because we have improved bridges. Work in progress. Check this out. Look at this. It's a bridge. Bridges. Bridges. Those do look much nicer. I still think that they look a little sudden on the end at the end. I like what they're doing at the beginning, the little bits there, but like we need like, I don't know, a little lip or something at the end. Like, I don't know. A little bit more design on the ends. Bridges weren't received that well. You had another go at them. Decided the design above would be a great idea. When raised, they turn into this. Much nicer. Much nicer. Much better. The glass at the bottom, right? I likey. I likey a lot. Well, guess I'm making a video after stream. It was announced 2 years ago, but they started work on it 8 months after the announcement. Although the tile set started work way before Tarn started programming it. And his work on Steam DF? You watched the interview I did with him, right? Just checking. Because, yeah, he's an interesting dude. We've reached summer. Good stuff. Just making sure that you knew that that was a thing. El Naso, also from when I spoke with Meph, the tile set is almost, if not completely done. They're just doing tweaks and nitpicks and repasses and all that stuff. But more or less, the design of the actual tile set is done. The thing that we're waiting on is Tarn's programming. And also, the tile set, from what I can tell, had about like a 1.5 year head start. So... Also, this month is a write-off because Tarn's moving right now. Ooh. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm going to remove you from the squad, Loam, Katsu. I'm going to do the other attempt to help you and just say, go be a scholar. You should watch my YouTube videos. Well, nice. So I put them up every other week, as well as interviews. But yeah, no, I mean, like the actual trailer was released 2 years ago, which actually isn't that long ago. Little over 2 years ago now, the trailer was released. And because it was 2019, the trailer was released, and they started working on it in spring 2020. So they've been working dev time on it for a year as far as implementing the tile set and everything and the graphics and all that. I'm at, like, honestly, like when people comment on it being slow, like it is impressively quick. In comparison to most Dwarf Fortress related development things, and in comparison to a lot of game releases and announcements. I mean, like, to give you an idea, we've been waiting on a new Metroid Prime way longer than we have been on Steam DF. So... Just look at Bethesda. I mean, just look at a lot of like major releases. Look at when games are announced and then look at when they come out, right? I'd like to remind you, okay, Mountain Blade, Mount, I can't speak today. Mount and Blade Banner Lord was announced in 2012 and released in 2020. Okay? We doing aight so far, frankly. We're doing all right. I think it'll probably be out by the end of this year. On the bad end, it'll be out next year. And I will be shocked if it's not. You gave up around 2018. It was so painful. Mountain Blade is a pretty comparable thing to Dwarf Fortress 2. Team size wise, well, they're a little bigger, but it's a great game. I need to try it again. I haven't touched it since the initial Steam release. Like I played the first week. It was out for like 12 hours and went, you know what? I'm going to wait for another like year. Like this is eight, but I'm a wait for like another year. It also reminded me how bad I am at Mountain Blade, which is pretty fucking bad. Pretty fucking bad. Cannon fodder's still stressed as well. Yeah, it felt like it was a bit too rough on the edges for me when the initial early access release came out, but it's a solid foundation and it'll be a great game in a couple of years. Chat, I gotta take a leak and I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go do lunch, I think now. If you guys could, if you happen to have access to them, if you could use sound commands to keep chat entertained, that'd be great. If you don't have access to those, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. Hopefully I'll be back in under 5 minutes. I just need to go and get a sandwich. You hate being bad at Mountain Blade? It looks like so much fun. Right? Yeah, being bad at Mountain Blade sucks, man. Anyway, BRB.
Sandwich! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Ah, yes, the humans have arrived to trade. And I have a sandwich which looks delicious. We shall watch them as they come in while I begin to eat my sandwich. And I just picked up my sandwich and the royal treasure arrives. I'm upset. Okay. There we go. Hi, I return. I like that badge you got, Numberbox. I wonder where that came from. Should I say anything or not? You haven't thought of that one? No. For whatever it's worth, I heard the notification from my kitchen. I have open back headphones, so it's pretty easy to hear what's going on in my headphones. Thank you, by the way. Hode says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have from our merchants? Oh, crap. I did the thing where muscle memory made me hit the wrong button. Whoops. It doesn't help that I'm holding a sandwich in one hand. Sorry about that. No specific requests this year. Hode wants my sandwich? Well, Hode not getting my sandwich. Hode is probably extremely jealous of the massive unicorn farms we have for butcher. What? Where did the traders go? Oh my god. They got attacked by a fucking marmot and left. The Yak Bull kicks the hoary marmot in the head. For those of you who don't know what a marmot is, by the way. Like, one of these little motherfuckers. It's like a giant fat squirrel. Everything after the approach. I'm not surprised it's surprisingly approachable. But it's just its color choices are atrocious. Yeah, pretty much. Well, it seems like the yak kind of just tripped over it and kicked it, and then they left. So that's bloody funny. Amphibious rodent. Why, is somebody keeping a beaver in the fortress? I'm confused. I mean, it was certainly a glorious battle between a yak and a marmot, so I know that much. Oh, okay. I've never seen The Big Lebowski. It's probably something I should fix one of these days. All right. You know what? Dwarves, you guys can go into the celebration room for a bit. It's been a lot of work and a lot of construction and stuff that we've been doing. I've played the pinball table. I've never actually played the game or watched the movie, though. It's on Netflix, which means one day I'll just suddenly play it. I think I'm going to give them till midsummer, just like a month or two up here. This one is the one that's really worrying me, this dwarf. Dwarves are still being booted upstairs. Let's see, do you actually like pondering stuff? Don't get on my bad side. I want to take it easy. All right, fine, then stop being a... You know what? Maybe we'll try this. We'll make you into a tavern keeper. Go be tavern keep. Stop discussing foraging behavior and go be tavern keep. So literally just go socialize with other dwarves for your main task. There's quite a few movies like that, though, that I've never seen that are in kind of like the same group as movies like The Big Lebowski that I've just never watched. That I really should. Big Trouble in Little China is another one that I should see, but just haven't. Good shit. Cold Fire. Good shit. Get that stab. Get that stab done. So you're serving dwarven wine. Do you like your job, though? You did like being in the military, but I don't know if I necessarily want a dwarf with anger problems who's depressed being in the military and learning how to kill people very efficiently. I'm not certain I want that. So we do have 2 depressed dwarves in the fort right now, which is not a good thing. What does choose a duck do? It lets you pick a duck to be put on the record at the start of the stream. It should already have been used, though. So you shouldn't be able to activate it, even if it's there. Yeah, it's already been used.
Cripplerkyo, is my dwarf a thriving adult yet? Or depressed and angry?
You're our scribe. You copy books. You really liked being a You really liked reading and discussing stuff, but got very stressed out when I made you ponder things. So I made you into a scribe, so you copy books. That's your job. And thank you very much for the second month, meaning the first one wasn't a mistake. Welcome back. It's good to have you around for another month. Welcome back. But yeah, no, your dwarf Blue Water is a 36-year-old, born on the 2nd of Galena in the year 188. Of course, the daughter of Zanny 66 and Vigario Pro. Casual worshiper of the god of disgust and blech. The god of disease and death. It was close. Shistak. Takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf. You worship a skeleton. A skeleton dwarf, of course. Big bearded dwarf. Skeleton. Well, I'm Katsu. I'm a little worried about right now. 43 years old. Who's currently serving mullet beer. But thank you very much for the second month of subscription. And welcome back. YouTube comments. It's weird that pondering is stressful. It's interesting. Like, they will ponder or discuss a thing, and it'll say that they are basically getting anxiety about discussing the thing. Like, I'm not certain if it's the topics that stress them out or if it's simply the act of discussing the thing that stresses them out, but something to do with that act stresses certain dwarves out. But they still love reading and get a lot of positive moods from reading. So if you make them into a scribe, then they will just sit there and read all day and copy books all day, and they love that. Yeah, I don't know if it's... They might get a little extended. I think, yeah, depending on the subject, maybe. You're not sure pathmaking could handle it? Where did you hear about teleportals? Because this is the first time hearing of that. Where did you pull that one from? See how this dwarf is. Self-pity after being away from family for too long. What do you want, dwarf? Okay, you don't want to be a tavern keeper, so stop serving beer. Although you are getting the happy thought from it. So, you know what? I'm going to leave this dwarf as a tavern keep. We'll leave you as tavern keep. Once everybody's been served, you can take a break. Oh, you were thinking of Terrarias. Okay, I was gonna say, like, there's like kind of 3 levels of things that I see said about the planned magic update for Dwarf Fortress, right? There's things that Tarn has stated. Then there's the things Tarn has said may be possible. Like, there's things Tarn has said that he is doing and wants to do. Then there's things that Tarn has said is possible. And then there's things that the community has just made up that probably maybe could be possible, potentially, but Tarn hasn't said anything about. So it's like, I just kind of, whenever people say things like that, I just want to confirm whether or not this is something Tarn has said or something that you're just hypothetically suggesting. I mean, the most recent thing that Tarn said was, what if we could mine clouds to get cloud blocks and make flying forts? That was one of the more recent things he said that just kind of made my brain go, what? Well, I mean, one thing that Tarn has talked about on many occasions isn't necessarily flying fortresses, but the idea of a moving fortress. Like the reason we have like water wheels and windmills is to be able to build engines, to be able to build like movable tracts and wheels, to be able to build on top of a moving platform. So like that's a thing that he's talked about. None of that ever got implemented, but it's kind of how Dwarf Fortress is. It's like half of the features that are talked about get implemented, and we never see the other half, and that's okay. And see, and then the problem with this game is the, oh, what about this? All of those thises could potentially work. Although technically, like you're talking about portals, right? Technically, the Super Mario Brothers mod for Dwarf Fortress has portals, but you have to power them with the lifeblood of your toads. And then they go through the portals and come out the other, and then come back with resources. So there's that. And there's also like things where you build a building and they power them with their blood, and then they come out with stars that you can spend on abilities such as earthquakes. That's in a mod for Dwarf Fortress already. Nothing brings about Dwarf Mageddon faster than a dwarf with an idea. Oh yeah. So like if that already exists in a mod, then like I mean, I could see it working. Or quickly go down 50 floors. You see, this is like goes to a part of the world that doesn't exist that you can't see. All right. Are waiting on Underground rewrite, but shitload of stuff is waiting on Underground rewrite, including M&M's so soonish. Yeah, well. Also, I've never seen Myths and Magic referred to as M&M's, so I'm just like, huh? Oh, he did? Okay, because I don't recall him talking about portals, but I've also listened to Tarn talk about so many things that I can't remember what Tarn's talked about and what I've actually talked about, what I'm dreaming about Tarn talking about. So, yeah, I don't know. I've never designed a pathfinding system number box, so I have no idea. I have no idea. All right, what time of year are we into? Midsummer? King's got a mandate. Let's let everybody out. King's mandate, 3 ballista arrows. Maybe it said 2. I actually don't know. Discuss foraging behavior, pondering muscles. Pathfinding is a whole area of study in robotics. Lots of ways can be done with various degrees of success and efficiency. Yeah, I mean, I know very little about pathfinding, so all I know is a few tricks to make FPS better while it's pathfinding in DF, but that's about where where my knowledge begins and ends on the subject. So it's kind of out of my realm of expertise to the point where like I just kind of don't worry about it so much. I need a dwarf to get up here and pull a lever. Yeah, well. I'm sure dwarves are thrilled about that one. All right, who put miasma in the... Oh. Okay. Oh, miasma. Yeah. Oh, miasma. That's sort of like, aye, Sharona. This dwarf is getting a bit happier. Bit happier. But yeah, I don't know. Like I've said for a while, when it comes to everything related to this Dwarf Fortress, I want the Steam version to be out. Not because it's gonna make Tarn Adams a buttload of money, not because it's gonna help me out, but just because I want Tarn to go work on fun things again. And I like talking to him when he's excited and happy to be working on something, but he just I've said this before, but every time I watch him, every time I listen to him talk now, he just sounds so bored. He sounds so bored of everything that we've got him working on right now. And like, it needs to be done because it's how you pay the bills, right? But man, he just genuinely sounds so bored when it comes to most of the things he's working on right now. You can't wait for the tide of streamers trying DF all at once. Are you just going to be stream hopping like crazy and just seeing how everybody's doing? I mean, I hope that I hope that there's a tide of streamers all trying DF out all at once. And I hope that it lasts longer than a day. Because, everybody says that there's going to be a tide of streamers. I hope there is. And I hope that they stick around. I hope it's not just me. I guess kind of like what Epion who was working on Jupiter Hell said. His game's launching in August, and he's like, Blind, if you're the biggest streamer or one of the biggest streamers streaming our game on launch, no offense, but we failed horribly. I don't want that to be the case. I do not want that to be the case. I don't want to be one of the bigger streamers streaming Dwarf Fortress on launch. I want to be tiny. You just want Gremlin for mayor. Fair enough. Speaking of, have you seen Gremlin for mayor yet, Clinton? Gremlinformayor.nl. Trust me. I guarantee you, 1000%, Clino, Ninja is not going to stream Dwarf Fortress when Dwarf Fortress is released. If Ninja streams Dwarf Fortress when Dwarf Fortress releases on Steam, I will eat my fucking hat. Okay? Ninja will not stream Dwarf Fortress when Dwarf Fortress releases on Steam. That being said, what we will get, how much worse could it get exactly, El Neso? I mean, it is a good review of a older version of Dwarf Fortress that perpetuates a lot of bad rumors about Dwarf Fortress, but was a lot of good promotion for Dwarf Fortress, so there is that. As Brian Buckley of Caves of Cud said, it was an excellent piece of marketing material for my video game. That I think is my favorite quote about any Seth review, actually, is Brian Buckley on Caves of Cud stating, it's an excellent piece of marketing material for my video game. Ninja as a concept. You know who might stream it, though? You might get a stream from Lyric. who does sub Sundays, and I'll bet you $1 that Lyric will stream it on launch. Because like that's the sort of game that like 1,000 monkeys at a typewriter would request of him, and that I could see, because that's just by popular demand from his sub base, and I could yeah, that'd be a 30,000 viewer stream. 30, 40, maybe 50,000 viewer stream on a good day. Heads up, chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. All I'm going to say is you and Clino, you, the other Reddit mods, and Alexandra are going to have your work cut out for you. Okay, you know what? I keep running into this problem where people don't have enough dining tables, so I'm going to just scatter a bunch more dining tables up there in the tavern. Hey, Angie, hope you're doing well. Actually, you know what? Cancel those. We'll move these up there. I know one of those people, number box. But like, I mean, I talked about it with, you know, like as far as strategy streamers go, like you'll get Burke Black will probably play it. Co Carnage will probably play it. Quill 18 will definitely play it. Cringer will play it. My whole team will play it. Like, are those the biggest people on the site? No, but they bring a few thousand people each, and they'll all be playing it. So like, if those guys play it, then the bigger people will notice it, and then they'll play it for a bit. People like Sacriel will play it, who's played it before. You know, they like you'll get plenty of sizable streams, that's for sure. Just never stood out to you? I mean, fair enough. Elnesa, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, plenty of people that, you know, are in the multiple hundreds to a few thousand viewer range will certainly be doing that. Okay, so I've got this weird issue right now where I've got items that need to be dumped that are not getting dumped. What the? Okay, never mind. Stuff is starting to get dumped now. I think I've just got too many jobs active for my dwarves right now. But we're almost done making cloth stuff, so that's helpful. I'm just going to suspend all of these for right now because I got a lot of jobs that I need to get done. So stop making cloth because we're almost done with shoes. We got 4 more shoes to do, and we definitely have enough cloth for them, so that's good. I mean, Brian Bucklew is one of the people who wrote an article for the book that Tanya and Tarn edited, right? The book on procedural generation in video game design, and game design, which I've actually bought, by the way, is like Brian wrote one of the articles in there, and he's the programmer on Caves of Cud. So, pretty similar ilk to Tarn Adams in that way. Not a bad win, guys. Not bad wins. Good wins all around. Also, we've crept back up to 300 subs quietly today. Thanks, guys. I only just noticed. Cheers. A couple resubs, a few gifts got chucked out, a couple primes. Thanks, guys. Do you ever just like see a meme and it just works way too way too well? It's not even just the meme. Okay, so this got posted on Discord, which is like a kitten playing with pink tongs, and then it's just dad responds with, "Why is someone grabbing that kitten with tongs?" And then just the response. And then Hobo just posted this, which I think is way too fucking funny for some stupid reason. This salad tastes like pussy. And I'm just sitting here going like, absurdist comedy on the internet. Never change. I found a wish list from 5 years ago, and only one thing left is get a job. Oh, really? I recently learned that like a third of the games on my Steam wish list no longer exist on Steam, as in they've been either removed from Steam or the games never came out. Because I was trying to remove everything from my Steam wish list. I had like 300 things on my wish list, right? And I went and like looked at how many things were actually on there, and there is an absurd number of things on my Steam wish list. And I realized that if a game has been set to uninitialized, meaning they've been removed by request of the publisher, and thus the page is no longer viewable, accessible, and the game was never purchasable in the first place, they're listed as uninitialized on my wish list, and I can't remove them from my wish list. So I have dozens of games on my Steam wish list that I can't remove from my Steam wish list. Always land the hardest? No, it's just funny. It's just, why is someone grabbing that kid with tongs? It's just way too funny than salad. Just no context, just salad. It's good to laugh, though. I don't laugh often enough. Do you have questions? Dwarves won't fill your stone stockpile, but will fill your wood stockpile. They fill one stockpile at a time. Have they filled the wood stockpile completely, or are they filling the wood stockpile completely? Ah, yeah, he was on the DF Talk number 26. Yeah, my current like big dream video that I want to do is I want to do a video on the history of Caves of Cud and Freehold games. Maybe two, actually. Two videos. Because I think it would be so long. But the problem is it's Brian and, why am I blanking on his name? Oh, I feel bad now. But there's two people that work on Caves of Cud. It's Brian Bucklew and then the other guy who I can't remember the name of now. And I feel like an idiot. Anyway, the two people who work on Caves of Cud, plus the two people who do writing for Caves of Cud, plus the person who does the music. And I kind of want to talk to at least the two of them who've worked on it for so long. But, like, I kind of also feel like I need their writer as well. I don't know. That might be out of the scope of my capabilities. I mean, wheelbarrows will speed it up, but halls are full of stone. What I would try doing is I would try assigning some wheelbarrows, like was stated in chat, to the stockpile, and then make some wheelbarrows and see if that helps. Also, stone. It's that time. It's that time. But if you have a lot of other jobs, hauling is like the lowest priority job because like the dwarves have like their own little mental priority of like what they do first. Hauling, and specifically hauling stone, seems to be one of the lowest priorities. Like they will socialize over hauling stone. So they might just have like not gotten through their priority list yet. So that's possible. Let's do the group of soaring first. Oh boy. That's actually a pretty big one for them. They brought us a helm and a silver whip. Ooh, fancy. A bronze spear. Should I go make whips wieldable? Because the humans bring me enough whips. I could very easily make a whip squad. But I'd have to edit the raws. I don't know. Whip spot squads are cool. They're also very good in deep dungeons. If you're into that. So I'm just gonna hope that you got it, Stone. Yeah, oh yeah, you did. You said next. Duh. I missed the next bit. You know, ages ago, back when I had a Facebook account, someone who I used to know posted a statement on Facebook, which was, life is boring without a little bit of lace and leather in your life. And then her dad responded almost immediately with, yeah, I love a good pair of shoes. We have an eagle. Murica has descended upon the fort once again. They bring us an eagle every couple of years, and then eventually they die of old age. Usually just let them run around. They hang out in the tavern a lot. Smaller than average. Yeah, it's not that bad. Not that bad. They didn't bring 2 animals this time or anything crazy. Run away before it frees you? What? Oh. Oh, before it frees you. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Stone keeps track of uh, all of the tributes from the human factions since the start of this fortress, or since we started demanding tributes from the humans. It started off as a weird experiment, and now it's just kind of Stockholm syndrome. So Stone has very, very big documents filled with all of the resources that all of the humans have brought us since we started demanding them and turned this fortress into a protection racket. Because that's what this fortress kind of is a fucking protection racket. Also, that stockpile seems to just not be working for some reason. Couldn't tell you why. Let's see if I get rid of this stockpile, actually. I'm kind of curious about what will happen. It was inevitable. I'm not sure if he's keeping track of it. I don't think he's keeping track of it in a spreadsheet. He's just keeping track of it in like a Word document with like a harsh list. So we'd have to take all of that data and look at it separately, probably. It's written in stone. That is a bad joke. I like how you prefaced that whole thing with a bad joke, so I braced and it wasn't as bad as I was expecting. And the dwarves have arrived once again. It was questionable, but very I mean, I applaud your dedication. That's the thing. I applaud your dedication. And the fact that you're still doing it and hasn't given up yet is incredible to me, so. Also, something I've been wondering, Clino, if you're lurking, what do you think that Meth has any opinions on my videos that I've made? Because like the only opinion he's really expressed towards them is that they're kind of irritating. Inaccessible. What? Hey Lump, how we doing? It's good to see you, man. Why are you inaccessible? Can't view it. A little chill in some ways, but pretty good. Full of plenty of rambles. We're kind of in the middle of slow season for like everything related to stream, so it's been all right. It's been all right. Do I have like a locked door somewhere or something? I don't think so. Why would they be inaccessible? Bizarre. I've literally never seen that before. Oh, maybe it's because they're underwater. Because like a lot of those items are like in the waterfall, so maybe like right at the exact moment they were, because it did say water was covering them, so maybe they were like in an unreachable spot of water. Weird. Yeah, no, I mean, my guess is they're probably under the waterfall because they were also like right next to the trade depot, right? So they were probably in the stream of water. Mm-hmm. Totally. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Well, ow. I was impressed with how many people watched it live. We actually had like 120 people watching live on the YouTube channel. Gosh. Talk about how his mods are irritating. He strikes me as an interesting dude. I don't know much about him, but he's very German. It's hard to tell if he's just very German or if he hates you. Does that make sense? I don't know. I've worked with quite a few Germans in my time on Twitch. And I'm pretty good at like deciphering people from a distance, like, and trying to figure out like what their intentions are. Germans are a fucking mystery to me. I can never figure it out. FICOD, still the Outpost liaison, has much to share. Ooh, there's actual news this year. We're gonna go back to requesting the old request of wood. FICOD says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. But yeah, no, I got more people I'd like to have on, and I'll probably have Alexandra on the YouTube channel again in the further future for things, because that's always a good contact to have. I'm actually, you know, kind of surprised more people don't do YouTube the way I do YouTube, which is kind of the like just the format of YouTube that I do with a lot of interviews and stuff. I'm always kind of shocked more people don't do that, because people think it's really interesting and they're not that hard to put together. It requires a little bit of people skills and some casual asking, but I guess I'm always a little bit surprised that more people don't do dev interviews and stuff on YouTube. Kid Fox is extremely aware of you and your streaming. I mean, I did kind of walk up to them at a convention and introduce myself once, so most of them were there. Like PAX 2019, PAX East. They could be, yeah. Sucks. They could be subscribed to me. They could be listening to me right now and taking notes. Twitch is weird like that. Although I know I've told this story before, but the old Kid Fox community manager, Victoria, who still mods on their Discord and is an awesome person and works on this little indie game called Among Us these days. You may have heard of it. Anyway, back when she worked at Kid Fox at PAX East, I walked up to the booth, introduced myself, and said hi. Said who I was, talked for a little bit about Dwarf Fortress related things, and then went to head out to go get dinner with a friend of mine. You could be Kid Fox. That would be funny if you were Kid Fox. But we're going to all start doing the Spider-Man meme where everybody's pointing at each other going, no, you're Spider-Man. No, you're Spider. That meme, you know that from the old cartoon? Anyway, walked up and then left and then made it to the front of the building and got a text saying, come back, I want to meet you, from Victoria. So I had to walk all the way back in. You have streamer and YouTube spreadsheets for them? There you go. There you go. Could you share that spreadsheet with me? Because I'd be curious about the YouTube one, because I actually get people asking about other YouTubers relatively frequently. We'll see you later if we see you. Taylor, thank you very much for hanging out. Thanks for the support and chatting as always. Probably gonna play more Sproggywood tonight unless people complain, but so I've been enjoying Sproggywood. Sproggywood's been a bit of fun. I think you're improving. I think Lilium Katsu likes that new job. Lots of satisfied it works. Zulban says that we'll trade. Did you bring any wood? I don't think they did because I didn't request it. Nope, they did not. Holy, hi Jess. What's up? What's up, everybody? How's things? You guys doing okay out there? Welcome, Jess. Did somebody say spreadsheets? Sort of. Hi, Nemo. Just some old guy. Solantre, Jess, Andy. I know I've screwed this one up before. It's like Elf Twitch. Is that how you say that? Infinity. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Man the barricades. Hide the booze. Put the good silver away. The warrior raid is here. Question. Have you guys ever, like, raided with that raid message into a channel and immediately all of you have been banned for using funny, like, symbols? It's just kind of a question. Because, like, I know I used to have funky symbols in a raid message I used way back when. And there was one time when we raided a channel and they had, like, all of those funny symbols on auto ban, so if you post them, their bot would ban you, and like 80 people just got insta-gibbed out of existence. It was very funny. But like, I don't think they actually unbanned everybody, but it made me stop doing that. Not saying you should stop doing it. I was just curious if it had ever happened. It's a great raid message. This was like 2015, 2016 Twitch. Kind of a different era. You've been timed out with other people's raid messages before for character links. Yeah, see, that would make sense, because like the big block of text ones that some people like to do. Or like posting multiple emotes back to back. Regardless, thank you very much for the raid. If you guys don't know who Jess is, you guys should go follow Jess. I don't think I have any mods that are super active. It's like just B-Lug who's lurking, so I'll do this. You guys should go follow Jess if you don't. She's been streaming a bunch of that Humankind open dev stuff. Which I'm sitting here and biding my time until release. You guys can beta test it for me. I don't care to do that. But once that game releases, I'll be playing some of that. Hopefully that was enjoyable. If you guys don't know who I am, my name's Greg. I co-founded Halcyon Frequency with FG, and I stream an upsetting amount of Dwarf Fort, but I'm probably going to be playing something different in about 15 minutes here. So we'll be switching games pretty soon. What on my channel, Mesa? Oh, for whatever reason, I was expecting you to say and the game crashed, Jess. That's good that you just got smooshed by big meanies. I mean, sometimes you just got to get smooshed by big meanies and become a vassal and say, "Take me with you." Big wars make big smoosh. Yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. We are trading with dwarves and talking about random shenanigans, and I'm slowly building a glass spire because, you know, got to do it eventually. It's very dwarfy, so we have to build massive construction out of glass eventually. Enjoy your BRB. Yeah, do what you gotta do. I know how it is. But welcome everybody to the channel. And thank you very much for the raid. The paperwork of stone. Keeps you busy, right? Do a glass bike spike strip? No one's gonna get this reference, but the spike lobby shall dominate! One person. Well, no, I don't think anybody in the chat's gonna get that reference. We have concerns? Anybody? No? Okay. Science comedy podcast. Like a 4-year-old reference to an episode of a science comedy podcast that they occasionally call back to, but very rarely actually reference anymore. You've been timed out for kappa, even irrational, intentional lowercase. Really? Say because of Twitch the use of Twitch integrated emotes. I know that what's it called? I know a channel who doesn't allow any emotes, and it'll just bop you, but it won't ban you. I will never forget the day me and like 80 people piled into a stream, and then Nightbot just banned every single one of us for using the raid message. It was a slaughter fest. It was so funny. Hang in there, cannon fodder. You'll be okay, dwarf. They're playing the Keurig! It's a big drum. Singing and dancing. To not get a lot of followers? That channel was way bigger than mine. So, and probably is still way bigger than mine. If anything, it was spam protection against their current followers. Unless you're talking about the channel that bans all Twitch emotes, in which case, yeah, no, that channel is huge. Usually channels that have weirdly strict rules like that are already successful and have built up communities. You know, like, I don't allow a lot of emotes here that trip up a lot of people. But you don't really see people getting mad about it, because generally people are decent and mature about the subject. I mean, I used to watch a channel who had Kappa banned for a really long time because people would use it for weird things. Are you looking for woohoo? As I think it's woohoo that you're looking for. Also, hi, Infinity. I hope that you're doing well. I hope that you're doing well. There you go. Hang in there, you little tavern keeper. Well, okay, so for tier 2 patrons or tier 2 subscribers and Patreon supporters at $7 a month, we have sound commands under this.
Woo!
And that was the command that he was looking for. So tier 2 Patreon supporters Tier 2 subscribers on Twitch and $7 a month Patreon supporters on Patreon get that. You don't Twitch very well? I mean, it's fine.
For everyone!
Admittedly, my setup of Twitch monetization is a little bit different than the average stream, specifically because I have to make a living. So it's not like as simple as a lot of channels, but I have it set up this way because the result is I make money and survive, and I'm still here. Yeah. Someone's trying to get banned on my Discord. Look at this shit. Ban? Forever. Peace, nerd. How to get banned from my Discord? Do that. This is why you don't allow random children to be able to say "at everyone."
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
You never tried that one before? You're literally paying to advertise Jupiter Hell. Just so, like, that's literally what that is you are paying to advertise Jupiter Hell. Congrats. Although the command works regardless, it's just if you're giving me money, it also plays the soundbite. Because it's silly. You're a consumerist cog in the machine. Yes. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? The developer of Jupiter Hell gives me $2 a month on Patreon, right? So you're paying me to support Jupiter Hell so the developer of Jupiter Hell can pay himself and support me. Wait. And that's how economy works. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. The circle of Patreon, yeah. Well, I mean, it's sort of like me giving Krug Smash $5 a month on Patreon and him giving me 20. It's like, wait, hold on a second. This doesn't add up. Someone's doing more taxes on this than should be. Yes. I'm not sure still how that sound command came to be. That was just Peter fucking around with a clip of mine, I think. Mm-hmm. That's how economy works, Andy. KIA? Kind of is. Well, it's Kia, but it's like multiple jokes in there. 'Cause it's a Kia, but it's a Kia. Anyway. I mean, what we should do is just have a gentleman's agreement that I stop giving him the $5 a month and he retracts his amount down to 15 from 20. That's what we should do, but I digress. You're a big fan of the food sound commands? Yeah. I'm so sad that baconsizzling.com seems to have gone away. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Bacon's weirdly long. It's the longest command, actually. It's longer than it. It's 13 seconds long. It is the longest sound command. But yeah, TLDR, I'm here and able to stream full time because I have a relatively stable base of subscribers. I have a relatively consistent group of people that tip me a pretty consistent amount of money every month. And I have a relatively stable base of people who support me on Patreon. And between those two, you can't overlap them, I'm sorry. And between those like kind of three things, I'm able to do this full time in a mostly ad-free environment. So fortunately, you don't have 5 different ads in the stream and sponsors is like to a minimum and all that jazz. It's pretty chill. Pessimistic after discussing foraging behavior. Man, you still dream of making a great discovery. You're going to get it done. Just keep discussing it. All right, Lilum Katsu, I'm taking you off of farming. You too can be a dork with sound commands? Basically, yeah. All right, let's what time of year is it? Late autumn. Let's get the dwarves upstairs in the celebration area until I get another mandate. Do what you gotta do, Infinity. Do what you gotta do. It's like none of the upsides with all of the downsides. Well, I mean, actually what happens if you just try to use the sound command is you just get a polite explanation of why you can't use them. Although one thing I will say that I wish people were more aware of is when you do start supporting me on Patreon, please tell me. It takes like 30 minutes to an hour sometimes for Patreon to send me the email stating that you've started supporting me on Patreon, which means I probably won't see it until after the stream. So like, just send me a DM or like yell about it in the chat to check your Patreon or something. Because, or be like Coldfire and don't and just try and use the sound commands and be like, why didn't it work? It's like, well, because you need to tell me and I need to write your name down and click enter and submit a thing. It's like, I try, but I don't have magic powers. So, you know. But at the end of the day, just thanks to people who support the channel. Because it's still kind of a fucking wonder and kind of a goddamn miracle that I'm still here and full time and still streaming after all this time. Just straight up, very much didn't expect to be here. And still be here. Don't be like me. Or, I mean, maybe wash your socks. Right, socks? Although I need to actually update the Patreon, because the Patreon's a little misleading. It says there's only 4 sound commands on the Patreon, I think. But there's actually like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. More than that. They're clean? I don't know what clean means, but that doesn't sound very good. Back at you, Coldfire. Then, of course, there's the custom sound commands for $25 a month, but that's a whole nother bag of worms. Whole nother bag of worms. It plays 2 sound commands once at exactly the same time. Also, I don't think you can subscribe to the Patreon twice. Only the most attractive and brilliant subscribers receive custom sound commands. Don't say that too loudly around Hobo or it's going to blow up his ego bigger than it needs to be, Lump. Don't say that anywhere near Hobo. Hobo already has a big enough ego. Nah, Hobo's lovely. Don't cross the streams. That's what I said to Krug Smash the other night. Because somebody left a comment on the interview I did with Alexandra stating you should interview Krug Smash because I think that would be fascinating. To which I screenshotted the comment and DM'd it to Krugs and was just like, so? And he was just like, oh no. And I just responded with, don't cross the streams! GIF, which is honestly one of the greatest GIFs on the internet is the don't cross the streams GIF. It's so good. That sequence from Ghostbusters will never get old. It's so goddamn good. It's so good. It's so good. Just don't, whatever you do, don't crash the streams. I wonder if living marshmallow tastes better than non-living marshmallow. You know, I hate to break it to you, Socks, but I don't think marshmallows have ever been alive. And if you have a living marshmallow, you should probably like donate it to somebody to research it because we've discovered a new species. Also, yeah, we'll probably cross the streams eventually, El Naso. It's something that I've had asked enough, and it's something that people have asked Krugs enough that I think it'll probably happen one day. When? I don't know, but it'll happen one day. One day I'll get Krugs on my Twitch channel. We'll yell at him. It'll be fun. I have no idea, which is why I'm very confused by that whole sentence, Norstat. I don't think I've ever seen or heard of a living marshmallow, aside from maybe the musician Marshmello, but I'm not certain that counts. I only eat the finest free-range organic marshmallows that live full lives, happy, in clean environments with their families. And then fattened up and, thrown into the slaughterhouse, of course. I really hate the fact that I feel like I'm an asshole whenever I say it's like, oh yeah, I only eat organic free-range beef and it's only a rare treat. I feel like an asshole when I say that, though. Mr. Prism's such a good goddamn song. Tally Ho's my favorite from that album, though. I know that marshmallows have like something from hoof. It's like cow hoof gelatin or something in them. Because I know for a fact that marshmallows have animal product in them and are not vegan. Because I've run into this a couple of times with a vegan friend of mine. Marshmallows are not vegan. Which is weird to me. Oh, all of their videos are horrifying, but that's why they're so good, Coldfire. Also, now I have psychedelic porn crop stuck in my head. Man, I miss the days when I could just listen to whatever I wanted and I just play like psychedelic porn crumpets and all the other good music. Like all the good music that I play on the Discord when I do Discord streams used to just be the music I had in the background of my stream all the time. All the goddamn time. Which grows in marshes? Are they very mellow? Oh, yeah. Flying microtonal bananas. Do it? No, thanks. I'd rather not get shot out of the sky with DMCA takedowns and not be able to monetize any of my YouTube videos. Fair enough. Blue water. I won't do it. Don't worry, Socks. No, there are indeed vegan marshmallows available. They're very expensive. It's like $2 for a bag of normie marshmallows, but it's like $7 for a bag of vegan marshmallows. Here. So. Because you can buy them at my grocery store. It's got nothing to do with marshmallows, but did anybody here see the video of Ashens eating the dessert from the 1930s? Did anybody here see that? It's like just a powdered gelatin mix made by Jell-O, and you put it into milk, and it just immediately like solidifies the milk and makes it into this weird dessert thing. Nope, it is not. Stone. Some foods just don't have an expiry date, I guess. Man, come on. Please let us just get one baby dwarf today. One baby dwarf. Also, where's my king? Oh, there you are. Still just a lover and a friend. No marry. King get married. Little shitter. I mean, that would be very helpful, but no, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I can't just, like, order my dwarves to have a fucking orgy, either. I'm trying, but it's not working. I don't know how any of my videos are monetized, by the way. I mean, they're singing and dancing and drinking right now. What more do they want? Come on, dwarves. Make babies. It's like another one is Vinsati. Vinsati is married to Simplex. He's 135 years old. No kids. Just no kids. What are you and Simplex doing? Aside from not making kids. She dreams of raising a family. Have some fucking babies then. Plenty of kindred spirits. Defcom has some friends. That's about it. Logum has some friends, but that's about it. Well, Katsu has some friends, but that's about it. Longdeath, or for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake, fuck. Yes. There you go. They have to be blessed by a rabbi and have their foreskins removed to be kosher. Wow. Yeah, that is bad joke. I like how we've started doing this now where we just make a bad or like kind of sketch joke and just write bad joke in brackets at the end of it. I don't know. I think all of those jokes that you guys have labeled as bad jokes are pretty good, but maybe I'm just a horrible person. Whoa! Just ponder traumatic injuries? I mean, I guess that they're talking about surgery and muscles and blood vessels and shit, but like, ponder traumatic injuries? Dude. Is enthusiastic after pondering traumatic injuries. Chad, do you ever just get enthusiastic pondering traumatic injuries? Wow. No wonder this dwarf's depressed. You ever just think about trauma? Surgeon material? I mean, surgeons don't get needed very often here. Here, have all the healthcare jobs. There you go. That's fucky, man. That is some crazy shit right there. Although every now and again they'll be pondering something and I'll just be like, that's a thing? That's a thing? Good lord. Good lord. Dwarves. Dwarves. What are we ever gonna do with you? Katsu's still serving wine. Yeah, I think that dwarves like this one that really want to be around family and friends just make great tavern keepers because they whine about not being able to spend time with family and friends, and you just make them a tavern keeper. They serve a bunch of people wine and then socialize for a bit and drink a lot and seem to get very happy very quickly. So maybe, yeah, fondness, talking with their friends. One should not complain or betray any feeling. It's like, well, you're actually, oh, look at that. William Katsu is having a hard time making friends. Their first friend is Blue Water. Shoutouts to Blue Water. Only those two cute girls. Making friends. It's nice to see. Axon feels good when talking with a friend. You got lots of kindred spirits. Please go get married to somebody. God damn it. It's about to start snowing too. It's that time of year. Also, if I decide to play Sproggywood as an evening game today, is there going to be any complaints? Because I've done 2 streams of that now. Mostly because like I want to see the Caves of Cud references in that game. Even though that game is getting kind of baller hard. Not here, but you rarely complain. Fair. Fair. Game's getting real hard, which is good. Sproggywood spelled with an I. Sproggi wood. Sproggy wood. You can't believe it's just a little side thing? Why's that? I mean, it's also $1 right now. So, you know, if you like Caves of Cud and want to support them, you could go buy it and the soundtrack for $2. $1.50. Like you're losing money not buying that game. Scroggy wood. It does kind of sound like an evil villain's last name, Scroggywood. I saw a dwarf tell a story of the attack and the seductions of living at the joyous devil in the spidery desert by the ignited creation in the midwinter of the year 56 and the simple dinner, and I'm not interested. Wow! Doesn't feel anything. I am not interested. Wow. Look at cannon fodder here. Not interested in history. What a dwarf. You are not interested in people telling history. See, this dwarf heard the same story and thinks it is interesting. This dwarf also thinks it's interesting. This dwarf also thinks it's interesting. This dwarf also... I find this somewhat admirable. This Sparkly's not interested. I don't believe I've ever seen a dwarf say that they're not interested in a historical story like that. They always say it's either interesting or they're interested. Maybe they've just heard that one before. Coldfire wins dollars. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It may look cute, but it's really, really mean. Infinity. It's also really hard. I don't know if you remember it, but Caves of Cud is in the same universe as Sproggywood, which is a very dark game. A very dark and brooding game. Sproggywood is very similar. It's just super cutesy looking. Because cutesy things sell. Except for ducks and stories. I mean, those are the best things. Sproggywood did sell. On phones. Not so much on PC, but on phones it did great. Sold to you just now? Oh. Sold to you just now. Okay, there you go. I wonder if there's anybody playing Sproggywood on Steam right now. I'm kind of curious because it is on sale. Currently, there is nobody playing Sproggywood on Steam. The average player base is 1.3 people per day play it. Yesterday, it was me. So it's another one of those games that not a lot of people really play on Steam. Katsu's doing okay. Cannon fodder. Feels fondness when talking with a friend. But yeah, no, I've had people over the years, Clino, ask me for good games that they could buy on Steam that are approachable, that kind of teach the basic concepts of roguelikes. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm playing Sproggywood, is because I know it's a game that's designed to be a little bit more approachable to someone who's never played a game in the genre before. But at the same time, like, still kind of does a good it acts as like a good intro to the genre. Like, it has some meta progression, like you're buying items and taking them into the next dungeon, like you're building a town, you're doing some of that stuff, but like it's still a hard dungeon crawler outside of that. So I don't know. I've been enjoying it more than I expected. What people with the name Ebenezer? People don't really get named Ebenezer anymore. And if they did, you kind of just have to own it, you know? Kind of just have to run with it. It's not like names, some certain first names stop being used due to popular media, right? Like, you very rarely meet girls that go by Barbie, you know? Barbie used to be a pretty common shorthand for Barbara, right? But now if you meet someone named Barbara, it's a Barbara, or maybe Barb, and even that's kind of rare. But like, you very rarely meet people named Barbie that actually use that as their primary because of the existence of the popular toy and franchise Barbie, you know? And I have a feeling Ebenezer is probably pretty similar to that. Like once say name is so commonly in Ghana, probably I would also probably state that A Christmas Carol is probably not a super well-selling book these days over there. You're Scrooging yourself out of plenty of good opportunities. Boom! There you go. Yeah, right. You are indeed being a big old Scrooge. How you doing? Speaking of Scrooges, Orange. How's things, man? Hope you're well. Hope you're rolling with it. Hope things are good. Hope classes have been good. Hope tests have been easy. Hope driving's been fun. You're rolling. As long as you're not rolling sideways down a hill in a truck, we're okay. As long as you're rolling forwards on wheels, up and down, and not typing while driving, that's good. Sorry, I just saw that kitten meme again. You know at least 2 Guatemalan Ebenezers? What? That's so random. Ow. My ankle just cracked really loudly. My king wants 2 more blissed arrows. Due to a clerical error, and as a result, you automatically passed it. Oh, fucking rad. Man, if only you could do that on all the tests. Just fail horribly on all of them, and then they're just like, yeah, clerical error. Here, have a pass. Clerical error. What did you do? Oh, I ran over 15 people on the sidewalk. Well, statistical error. Here, have a pass. What did you do? Oh, I took out one of the main supports of the Empire State Building. Here, have a pass. What are you doing in America? You're Canadian, driving in Montreal. Here, have a pass. What, that names become less common in the public when big popular things happen? Your question booklet was misprinted. Huh. Well, at least they didn't make you redo it. Because that's kind of what I would expect. I'd expect them to be like, "Hey, no, do it again." But that's kind of nice of them, just saying, "Here, have an auto pass." The pages were numbered incorrectly? That's not ideal. Yeah, they're still discussing traumatic injuries. Now Ryan is discussing. He's content pondering muscles and content after discussing muscles. Totally. Well, I mean, like Jesus. You don't meet a lot of people named Jesus in traditionally Catholic countries. Yeah, that's also why I stated that people named Ebenezer are probably not from parts of the world where A Christmas Carol is a highly selling book. I mean, seems to work for me. Fucking roll with it, Orange. Good news is good news. Well, did they like tell you that you failed and everything? Or was it just yeah, by the way, you failed this, but also you passed? Oh, you failed it a month ago? And like they just like retroactively came back and said, by the way, actually you passed? That's kind of great. That's actually kind of great. But oh well. Plenty of dwarves are chilling and singing, dancing, doing all that funs. No tantrums today, though, which is good. Looks like basically everybody is doing some sort of socializing / chilling, which is good to see. Things are indeed perceived differently from different locations, yeah, still. Abe is good. I've been all right. Good to see. A student complained about one question was worded wrong, costing them to lose a point. Oddly enough, they reviewed that student's test and found that they had actually failed the test instead of passed. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. You know, I'm suddenly starting to question, like, the legitimacy of the school that you're learning to drive in, Orange. If, like, they thought that you failed a test and then went and examined it later and found out that they fucked up the printing of the test. And then another student complains that they lost a point on a test because a question was worded poorly. And then they review it and realize that they actually failed the test instead of passing in the first place, instead of just losing a point. I'm starting to question the legitimacy of this whole so-called school that you're going to, because what the fuck? No, totally. Not many Smiths in Slovakia. Exactly. I mean, Armstrong is a common English-speaking place's name. But, you know. It's because the test was corrected by a multiple choice scanner, and in your defense, was more than ready to retake your test. Oh, and like the scanner was unable to check properly? You'd think that they'd like eyeball that first, though. I don't know. That still seems silly. My previous statement stands, I guess, Orange. My previous statement stands. But the school's government subsidized. Oh, makes sense. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe COVID's been hard on them. Back to discussing water clocks. Man, I've got a few dwarves that dream of making a great discovery, and I want them to make great discoveries. Come on, dwarves, you can do it. How's this dwarf like it over here? I feel like cannon fodder is improving. At least pass everything would have majorly effed your brain up. Yep, would have fucked me up too. Are water clocks great discoveries? We've already discovered it. So if they're discussing a thing, so they can discover a thing, and then once they discover a thing, then they can write books about it. But once it's discovered for everybody, and they can discuss it. So things that they've discussed, that they're discussing, have already been discovered. Right? They've either been discovered by people I think this is how it works, in our fortress or in another fortress or in past history. But if they're pondering it, they haven't actually discovered it yet. They're just pondering it, right? So they're pondering blood vessels and they're pondering muscles, but they've discovered and they're discussing traumatic injuries. So they've been pondering muscles and blood vessels for a while. They've also been pondering the voice, but I think they discovered the voice because I saw them discussing the voice. So once something has been discovered, then they discuss it and then they can write about it. I think that's how the system works. Oh, that's good, Orange. How much? You said that you'd be able to drive in July, right? Oh, also, just a reminder to everybody, Rusty Lake Hotel is free on Steam. If you want a weird, creepy point and click. It's a weird, creepy point and click right there. Rusty Lake Hotel. It's 100% off on Steam. You could just go claim it for free. But we're into midwinter. And the dwarves are pretty calm right now. There's just one dwarf I'd like to check in on. Where are you, Katsu? Still stressed out? Sad after teaching bone carving. Fondness when talking with a friend. Aw, I love how everybody always becomes super close friends with the outpost liaison. That's oddly cute. Oh, dwarves, you're adorable. All right, guys. Just like that one dwarf that had their love interest was the outpost liaison. Anyway, I think that's it for Longdeath for today because we are 7 hours and 10 minutes into the stream now, which means we've done a good amount of Longdeath. I think that it's time for me to swap over to Sproggy Wood, which is the evening game for today. What is Kindred Spirit? Perfect friend, greatest friend, lifelong friend, inseparable. Not fucking, but very emotionally attached. Basically, like, they're not in a romantic relationship, but they're extremely close, is a kindred spirit. Color names, like black, white, and gray, green. Oh, so like Jack Black kind of name? Or, like the White Stripes. Brother from another mother. Yeah, I like that too. Yeah, that's another way to write kindred spirit. It is kind of an odd word, but yeah. Anyway, so we made pretty good progress today. I did a little bit of construction down here. We worked on this. I put some more tables into the kitchen. We're going to be working on that over the next while, but it's going to take a bit. Still, of course, dealing with the ballista arrow demands from the king. But aside from that, that's Longdeath for today. Another day, another dwarf. No deaths today, fortunately. Well, no important deaths. We had one merchant die, who I didn't realize died and didn't bury for a long time. I think next Long Death Day we will bring in, no babies either. Next Long Death Day I think we'll bring in another 10 merchants and keep that crank going. But I think that's it for Long Death for today. But the stream's not done. That being said, if you are here specifically for dwarves, let me take a peek at the Dwarf Fortress directory and see if there's anybody else streaming dwarves. Otherwise, we will be... someone named Sasquatchian is playing dwarfs, but I'm not familiar with them. But you could go watch them if you'd like. We are going to go play Sproggywood, which is a deceptively difficult, very cute little roguelike. So we're going to go play that.